Are we live?
It appears so.
All right. Um, so to the icebreaker, the what's the best thing that makes me happy would be mm, yeah, because the editing, it isn't always free. You know what time of the month it is. Oh man. Being that I don't do much. I can't say eat, right? Because food costs. Mm. Talking to you. That's
Me
free.
in particular, or just everyone?
That's the first thing that came to mind was you in particular. Mark is on that list too. To learn things when I talk to Mark. So things I enjoy that are free is talking to you. Actually, Jeff, I know you're out there watching. Talking to Jeff is pretty interesting. He got the knowledge, old knowledge. Forgot about the light here. Lights. Oh wow, it's gonna fall into me. All right. All right. How's the weather where you're at?
Uh,
It
I
said it
think
was gonna
it's
be 100 here. So I'm assuming it'll be 100. 102, I think. But it's wildfire season, so you can't tell how hot it is. It's gray outside. Uh,
yeah,
it's getting closer now. It used to just surround us, and the fire like went around this county. Now it's closing in on us. They're telling us air quality is bad, and for allergies, people stay in the house, and a bunch of different stuff.
yeah. It's supposed to get up to 101 today, but right now it's 97 and feels like 101.
Oh wow. Um, let's see. Well, it's going to be 102 today, and right now it's 85. Uh, it's 85 and it feels like 85. It says, oh, it's 90 and it feels like 90. How does it go up that fast? 85 to 90. Hmm. It will be 102 eventually. But you won't be able to tell because, like I said, it's gray outside. Do you guys have wildfires?
Not really, no. Not
California
like
thing?
California. Yeah, not like California. We have like big old burn bans and stuff because it's high fire warnings that it could happen, especially with the winds and stuff around here. But usually we
Okay.
just get all the smoke from everyone else's fires.
The West Coast thing, I'm assuming. Ship said he gets them too.
Maybe so.
Um, I got something for you, Andrea. Um, it says moms with epilepsy. I'm amazed by the moms here with the amount of patience that comes with raising a child. Sorry, you're not raising a child. I'll keep reading it
Not
anyway. It
anymore. Go
says,
for it.
I think about myself and the amount of sleep I need to function, and anything different from my routine could trigger a seizure. So I basically want to ask moms here with epilepsy, how do you manage? What's the most difficult part? Hmm.
Yeah, I'd be screwed if I would have gotten my epilepsy back when I was had younger children, because I was not getting enough sleep and stuff back then.
Oh,
That would be a good question for like Kate and Toaster.
Yeah. Uh, some of the comments here. One says, "I'm an immigrant and I don't have my original tribe here to help. Sleepless nights, but couldn't have done it without my husband's family as well." Another comment here says, "I had to raise my son and work while having seizures. I definitely, it's definitely rough, but I was young and could bounce back from a seizure easier." Another comment here says, "I'm a first time mom with a 6 month old. Lack of sleep and broken sleep is a massive trigger for me. Let's just say I'm majorly sleep deprived, but I've been okay so far. Hope it stays that way. Sorry, not many tips here, but let's hope my medication keeps on medicating." That was harder to read than it sounded. There was no commas, no periods. Uh, yeah,
I find it pretty amusing how much you and Mark criticize everyone's punctuation.
because I got to read it, and it's like I got to read this stuff, and I got to guess where the end of the sentence might be. Uh, so then it makes me look not make me look stupid, but make me look like I don't know how to read. I'm like going to it. I'm like, where does the next sentence start? Um, I'm working on my punctuation, so uh,
You guys got me working on my punctuation.
yeah, that's why I don't put LOL because some people they judge my LOL.
Why is that?
I don't know. So if I don't have the smiley face emoji, I'll just put those words, smiley face emoji.
I've seen you do it.
Yeah, I forgot who was that said it out loud. That was like, it's so annoying when people do that. It's like, I don't know. I think I've done that before. Um, yeah, thanks for being. Oh no, that's a bad thing. I was gonna say thanks for being the mom with epilepsy, but you're here, the mom that's here with epilepsy.
I am a mom and I do have epilepsy, but I did not have to raise my children while having epilepsy. They're
It is great.
adults now.
I got something here that says, "Do you avoid driving even though your seizures are well controlled? I've noticed that many people don't drive even after being seizure free for months or years. They argue that it's not a risk worth taking. If you had an option to avoid driving, if you had the option to avoid driving, would you choose not to, despite being seizure free? In a seizure free scenario, would what do you what do your neurologist advise about driving?" My last neurologist, he told me 2 years before I could drive again. That he left. That I Googled it. Yeah, California. It's 3 months, I believe, and the doctor told me 2 years. But he knows my epilepsy better than I do. Or that sucks. That doesn't sound good to say. He knows it all. He's known it since the beginning. So he knows how bad it could be, and he knows how good it can be. Like right before he
I'm a,
retired, it was getting better because I was on the Motrigine, and he would always point that out. "Oh, that's nice. You didn't have one this month and last month." Like, yep, I'm good. I was gonna say I'm cured, but yeah, he wouldn't have agreed. Uh, I got these
I'm
carts
com
here, and it's so interesting that I keep looking at these carts that I haven't seen in so long. Um, to lose and to find is interesting. Go ahead. What were you saying, Andrea?
I'm coming up on a year without a seizure and I still won't drive. I could have gotten my license back months ago, but my neurologist actually asked me last time I talked to her about it. I was like, no, I'm not going to drive again because you never know. you could have a seizure at any time.
What'd you say when you said that?
She just said, okay.
Hmm.
She asked, about if I wanted to deal with that. And I was like, no. I said, I have no interest in driving again. So, hi, Mark.
I was just talking about you.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I said your name. I wasn't exactly talking about you,
okay.
but I was talking about you.
You know,
Oh,
you were
It's,
talking about talking to him.
I was talking about
talking
talking to
about
you. There
talking
we go.
about talking about talking.
Uh,
That like engaged to be engaged.
you're one of the few people I like to talk to. I enjoy talking to. There we go. I like to talk to people, but I enjoy talking to you.
Thank
Actually,
you.
I don't like talking to people. Okay, here I like talking to people because outside I don't like talking to people. So of the people here, I enjoy talking to you, Mark. I feel
Thank
like I
you.
learned things and then I forget it, but I still learned it was the point. Uh,
Hey, you never know what might actually stick. You never know what might pop up again back later.
yeah, if someone else
Memory
brings
is
up
a weird
something
thing.
that connects to that, I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, I learned that from Mark. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Stuff
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
come up with me unless someone really like brings it out. So, yeah, I'm glad that happened.
Cool.
Um, I have that info just in case someone
It's
asks.
in there somewhere. It's in there
Nice.
somewhere.
Yeah,
Nice.
and I'm really thirsty, so I can open a water bottle, you guys. My thumb is
Yeah.
better.
Good job.
Yeah.
I can grip one too.
Very cool. So,
You should ask him the
uh,
icebreaker.
Mm.
no, I was just, talking to Jeff, sort of chatting with Jeff. I don't know what to say, well, how to put it. I don't know if you guys saw in the family chat, the group chat. Um, I just decided, I don't know why, but I might try just streaming on Twitch and see how that goes. Some people have become successful at that, right? So,
Mm.
before we were, or before I joined here, I was over on, I was live on Twitch, and playing Fallout 76 and talking largely to myself, or not talking, just playing the game, right? But if somebody happens to show up, I'm there to chat, and there's a chat feed over on the side you can see, and the webcam is up over in the corner, and then you got the game basically that I'm seeing and playing, and um, yeah. So there's a lot of people apparently who like to just watch other people play video games.
Yeah,
I never got that, but I have seen a lot of other people who have said that enough that I now understand and believe that there is like an entire um, market for of people who just wanna have in the background of whatever they're doing some random person playing a video game that they just are not playing. So I'm doing that with Fallout 76 for now.
Cool.
there's
Yeah.
a
Uh
there's a few YouTubers I watch,
yeah.
and they also do the same thing. The Twitch and they play video games, but they're like, we're gonna beat this game and we're gonna stay live until we beat it, and they
Yeah.
really stay live until they beat it. Uh,
Yeah.
they
There's
will
a
go to
couple.
sleep, camera still on, watching them sleep.
Yeah.
Wake up, play again, and yeah.
Yeah,
So
I saw there was one guy, like Asmongold. He was earlier today. He was at 41 hours into Dark Souls. And so yeah, I don't know. There's millions of people just watching it, but it's interesting though because he's gotten to the point where he's had enough people watching him play the game that there is actually he's gained relevance and like the status of social media influencer because of the like the chats and everything and the talk. So he's shifted from the game content to like political commentary and discussions and stuff. So that's how I became aware of him. He just started like recognizing a lot of stuff that people that I was paying attention to were all raising red flags about. And he started talking about that. And so I was like, oh, where did he come from? Twitch. So yeah, playing video games as a job. I don't know. I'll give it a try. Right. Gotta get enough people watching in order to get it. So who knows?
Couldn't
Better
see
than
you talking.
OnlyFans.
Actually, I could. You think you could just talk to people in the comments?
I just talk to myself, talk to people, talk about what the game is about, talk about the history behind the game, talk about. I was explaining to Jeff the whole history of the Fallout universe while I was going through like menu options, trying to figure out how to uh, where to put my uh, like level up points and stuff. So, um, yeah, I could. Why not?
Um, the icebreaker today is, I think it's like, what's your favorite free thing to do? Something not exactly those words, but yeah. Oh, when he comes back.
Okay. I think it was what's something that's free that makes you happy.
There we go. When he gets back, we'll have it.
I've been here. I've been here the whole time. I just didn't want to.
Oh, Andrea, what's the icebreaker? Because I forgot already.
What's something that's free that makes you happy?
This.
Nice. I don't have
That's a
one of
good one.
those.
Kitty
Yeah.
purrs. Although I guess they're not entirely free. She does make me work for the purrs. So
Um, tips. Any tips about living at home alone with epilepsy?
no, I don't live at home with epilepsy, so I can't give any tips.
Andrea?
Do everything you can to stay safe.
I'll read some of these comments, give you some tips too.
Well, I
One
mean,
says,
I text with a friend constantly throughout the day, and I don't know, I try not to cook on the stove. I try to use the air fryer instead, that type of stuff. That way, if I do have a seizure, it will, an air fryer will shut itself off.
yeah,
I'm not gonna fall face first into boiling pot of water if I'm using the air fryer.
right. Or knock it down. Because
Right.
I knocked it and then it turned. Luckily, it didn't fall down. But I was like, okay, yeah, I got to keep that to the side so I don't walk past it or hit it with my arm. And that's what happened. My arm was like, yeah. And what is that, Mark? Mm,
Distilled water.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Uh,
yeah, nothing weird.
to the comments here, things to do when you're alone. I mean, tips.
Cameras. Cameras.
Good one.
Well, if you're alone, how would you know why would you?
At least somebody will know. They won't be able to help, but they'll know. They can call the ambulance and watch if they
I
have
have
your.
given access to one person for my cameras. They can log in and check them. That way, if I'm not sounding like myself by text message or whatever, they can check the cameras and see if I'm doing the floppy fish on the floor thing.
Um,
They also have a key to my house.
yeah, what's it called? My mom, she has the information. Oh no, she has the camera thing logged in on her phone. I don't think she has the information. Uh, but yeah, mostly she's on camera because it's surrounding the living room and then the front door and the back door. Uh, there's no cameras back here. Uh,
What's why do you not have any cameras where you spend most of your time? Isn't that the point of having cameras?
no, I spend a decent amount of time here, but most of my time is spent in the living room. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I spend a cool amount of time back here. Yeah. Another comment here says, make sure your furniture can't kill you in case. Good idea.
That's a good one.
Another comment here says, I have life alert system and I make sure that I monitor myself for auras, halos on my epilepsy very strictly. I put in to have a seizure alert service dog, but the wait list is very, very, very long. So I just soldier along and do what I can. I like that person's attitude. Gotta have a good attitude with this stuff, or you'll be depressed. Um, Mark, this one's for you
Why?
because you're the only one who has VNS here. Um,
Yeah, that leaves me out.
me too. Um, DBS or VNS surgery advice. I'm 22 years old and drug resistant. My neurologist, who has tried many different meds over the course of my diagnosis, diagnosed at 13, is also suggesting surgery. He is leaving the decision up to me, VNS or DBS. I am a unique case. I have absent tonic-clonic seizures, myoclonic seizures, and I don't have many clonics. But I do have a lot of seizure activity based on my EEG, and I have a lot of myoclonic jerks weekly or sometimes daily. I'm struggling with the decision to make. I know DBS is invasive, but I want to get my independence back and not be so dependent on my family anymore. I have not drove in almost 2 years. I cannot drink because of the meds, and my mom insists that there is always a family member or my fiance in my condo with me. Anyone who has had VNS or DBS, what was your experience like, and how has your life changed for the better or worse? I just feel like I have no one that truly understands what I'm going through, which is why the decision is so hard to make.
I didn't think they really let you choose like that.
I didn't know that either.
Because I remember telling my previous neurologist, I was like, yeah, I think I'm ready to consider the VNS now. And he's like, oh, no, that's not how it works. You go and you get assessed, and then they tell you if you're a candidate and which surgery you're a candidate for. And then you decide if you want to do it or not.
Was that a guy that told you that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Why do you ask? Just
'Cause,
curious.
uh,
Because you're a woman.
Yeah, sometimes
Just to put it bluntly, put it right out there because you're a woman. If he's a guy, you might be getting different treatment.
there
You
you
may have
go.
gotten a different answer.
That's a good point. I have a female doctor now.
You like her better?
Yes, I do.
Have you asked her about implants and whether you're a candidate?
I actually
Did
got
you switch?
transferred to
Did
her,
you switch by
but
choice?
yeah, I mean, I was had with been with the guy for a few years, several years, and he was pretty much like, we can keep giving you meds, or you can go for this, surgery assessment, but you'll have to change doctors because it's at a different hospital. So I was finally like fed up with the meds, so I was like, okay, let's do it.
Sounds like a win in a
Yeah.
roundabout way.
Well, and after moved to because I was at a level 3, and then I went to the level 4 epilepsy center for the new doctor, and they have been amazing. It's very inconvenient because it's 3 hours away, but their treatment has been phenomenal.
Mine is 3 hours away as well. 3 hour Uber
Sucks.
is a very long ride. Uh, yeah, depending on the Uber driver. Some Uber drivers, they're like, "You want me to drive faster?" I'm like, "Yeah." Nobody ever asked that. That's only happened twice. And he was just like, "Yeah, I'll drive faster." And I was like, "Do you drive good and faster?" And he was like, "We'll see." I was
Mhm.
like, "Yeah."
Mhm.
He drove nice. He went slightly above the speed limit.
Damn it.
I seen a lady tell me that she got pulled over for going 5 miles under the speed limit. Uh, yeah, I didn't know you could get pulled over for going under the speed limit. Too
Impeding
much?
traffic.
Oh, makes sense.
Five
If
under does not sound like impeding, though.
No, it doesn't. That seems like a very
Too much, right?
touchy police officer. But I mean, the reason behind it is because if you're on a road and everyone's driving 60 and you're driving 40, you're more likely to cause an accident.
Yeah, you are a danger to others if you're, yeah, suddenly people need to get out of the way because you're in the way. Yeah.
Um,
I got it.
I got something else here. It says advice on declining recommended tests. Hmm. Hi all. Been sort of lurking around here for the past few years. Haven't had much to say about my condition as it's been kept under control by my medication. I've been seizure free for a few years now with my meds, and I've typically spoken with my doctor about 2 or 3 times a year for the past 3 years. During my last consultation with my neurologist, they recommended that I have another EEG done as well as some other scans. I don't know why I get the hiccups when I'm talking, as well as some other scans and labs. I've had a few EEGs done over the past few years, at least two with the neurologist, and they didn't, as far as I can recall, tell me anything new either time. So I declined to have it done again. I'm still fairly new to making health decisions for myself, and I'm looking for advice from others who have been managing their health themselves for longer. Is it a good idea to have these EEGs done semi regularly if I'm not experiencing any symptoms of my condition? I just don't feel like it's worth the money, time, or pre EEG prep work to have more tests done that'll likely tell me what I already know, especially if I already feel like I need Like, if all I feel like I need from my neurologist is prescription refills. I'm used to doing whatever the doctors recommend for my health. So now I'm going against their recommendations and leaving me feeling uneasy and unsure, especially as I've never really told any doctors, in quote, no before. What do y'all think? Bad idea declining the recommended EEG? Not necessary to do it for a fourth time. Bad idea to go against the doctor's recommendations in general? I am truly unsure. Thoughts on that, Andrea?
I typically do what they want. More
Yeah.
information's never a bad idea.
Yeah, I understand the spending money thing. Well, I haven't exactly experienced it, but I understand why the person would not go because of hospital
Yeah,
bills. That
but
is
that one EEG might give them some kind of information that could make things better and improve their treatment plan.
yes. Uh Listen to the doctor. If you think you need an EEG, then you should go. If you think it could be better, then actually you're seizure free. Do what's best for you. Uh, I suggest going, and so does Andrea. Uh, Bad idea. Is it a bad idea recommending? I mean, declining the recommended EEG? Yeah, if I were offered an EEG, I'd probably take it. Well, I'd definitely take it. How you doing, Jeff?
Hi, Jeff.
I,
Um,
I,
how you doing this
Mark's
morning?
game, I'm doing great. Mark's game is really cool.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Um,
Playing Fallout 76, walking around in the middle of Appalachian post-nuclear wilderness.
I
I
probably
play.
would have logged on, but I didn't see it in time.
I didn't see it either. I need to check Reddit more. Um, Jeff, today the icebreaker is what's something that's free that you enjoy
That makes you happy.
that makes you happy. Free and it makes you happy. Free itself makes me happy, but go ahead.
That's the easiest question ever for me. Love.
Oh yeah. Wish I
That's a
had
great answer.
some of that stuff sitting around. Well, not sitting around, but walking around, I guess. Um,
Got it on all fours down here. Similar to my answer, Jeff. I pulled up Kitty.
Yeah, there you go. It's the same.
I just I was twisting my hair, and I guess I was twisting too much.
That's not good.
Oops.
Yeah, it's just a little piece. I was talking and not paying attention and just twisting, and then I felt, and there it is. I don't even know where it came from. Anyhow,
That's the benefit of not having any.
yeah, man. How's the weather today where you're at, Jeff?
It's beautiful
They told
for
us
a
it's gonna
change.
be. They told us it'll be 102 on the news, but it's gray outside because it's wildfire season and the fires are closing in on us. They're surrounding us, and now they're
Yeah,
getting closer, and it's gray outside. So, but we're waiting on 102. Um, I got something here. Is anyone else feeling upset about not being able to drive? I know this is a really common thing, but it's really more than just not being able to drive. It's small comments, being 21 and constantly strangers asking, in quote, do you have your license? Hits really hard. Saying no without saying why just makes me sound lazy. Then saying why makes me feel like I'm just venting. It sucks. Today, a comment from my boyfriend. I love him. He absolutely didn't mean it that way. Hit really hard. We were at the gas station and a song came on from a CD I really liked, and I wanted to see which song it was. So I reached for it. He immediately thought I was reaching for the keys to turn the car back on to play the song again. He said, end quote, babe, you cannot turn on the car when I'm filling up the gas. I said, I know. I was just checking the CD, obviously. I was just checking the CD, obviously a little sad. When he got back in, I said I said I was doing again. He said, oh, sorry. Well, since you don't have your license, I don't know what you know and don't know about cars and stuff. Again, I am 21 and I've filled up a car before many times, and this is extremely common knowledge. We've even talked about it before. It left me with sad feelings. Don't get me wrong, he is an amazing boyfriend and apologized aggressively afterwards. We love each other to death. He holds me after my seizures while I cry, is my main supporter for everything. What are some personal experiences you guys have had that left you feeling sad? Not driving, but that was because I got mine as a teen. So when it came to driving, it was like, oh, I just got my permit a couple weeks ago, and they took it. It's okay. And yeah, just haven't been. Well, I did drive eventually, but I didn't have a license. So allegedly, um, yeah. Anything that
It,
makes you guys sad? Um,
I
feel
mean,
upset about driving?
I'd love to be able to take myself grocery shopping or to go pick up food or whatever, but it's not worth it. It was a very big adjustment. Had to learn to ask for help with things. But if anyone says anything about me driving, I mean, I just tell everybody I can't drive because I have seizures.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to tell people I have seizures.
Me neither.
Uh,
It's really
Sometimes
a
it
pain in
helps.
the ass. It's really a pain in the ass to try and schedule appointments when you're on the phone and trying to coordinate my schedule, my driver's schedule, and the doctor's schedule, though.
Mm. Yeah, I
I just
just
found
sent
it's
it.
not worth it.
It's not at all.
You know,
I just they got this medical Uber thing. So make the appointment, then just a week ahead of time, they said at least 7 days. You got to let them know. They'll be there on time. It's always like really early. It's like beyond the time I would choose to leave. It's like it'll be a
Or just
9 o'clock appointment and we'll leave at 5 a.m.
or you got
5
to have time for
a.m.
bathroom breaks, snacks, and traffic.
Mm.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you there. I didn't think about that part. I just always think about we're coming out when it's early in the morning, still dark out, and yeah. But they come get you. I have the ride. I just have to do
How
all that. Then I come back and it's nighttime, so I miss a whole day of everything. What were you saying, Mark?
I would schedule the appointments later. 5
Sometimes you
a.m.
can't.
is horrible. Well,
I had to leave at
if
4:30 for
not
one of
later
mine.
in the day, then later in the calendar so that I can get a slot later in the day. I'm not a morning person.
Yeah.
My
Daytime
EMU
work.
or not the EMU when I had to go up for the lumbar puncture and stuff. They had to have I had an 8 a.m. check-in and because they did the MRIs in the morning and then the lumbar puncture was scheduled for right after lunch.
Hmm.
So there was no changing it if I wanted it all done in one day. It had to be done that way. Otherwise, I would have had to make 2 trips. We left, I think, at 4:30 in the morning.
Like I said, that's around our leaving time. But yeah, like you said, we got that 3 hour drive. So, and it's always, I always tell myself I'm gonna sleep on the ride, but then I always end up watching the road. For some reason, I have to be awake. Not that I don't trust the driver. It's just like when I think about going to sleep, it's always like, what if I go to sleep? Oh my goodness.
I can't sleep in
Yeah,
a car.
it depends on who's driving. Or if I have an aura, I will, because that was the only way to avoid the aura because I couldn't get out and run away. So the only other thing to do was go to sleep because the aura made me want to jump out at 70 degrees and take off running. I was just felt so constricted in that car. And then he was driving. I didn't want to say anything and make him panic. And my mom was asleep beside me, so I didn't want to panic and wake her up. So I was like, the only thing to do is go to sleep. Um, Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here shaking and trying to avoid it and annoyed. You ever had an aura? Anybody? Okay, yeah. Being in the car was not fun with it. And then I couldn't scream and I couldn't run. 'Cause my mom was asleep, and then I was going 70 miles per hour. Just yeah. It's like tie me up and then I can't move. It's just that. That's how you feel. You feel really constricted. And I'm just rocking and shaking. And the guy's looking at me in the mirror. But yeah, I'm just trying not to scare him and my mom. Uh yeah. My neck is still hurting, but it's going away. How long does it take you guys for your neck pain to go away if you guys had the neck pain afterwards? I got the neck and the shoulder right here.
I have neck pain like that every day because my surgeries and stuff, but stretch it out, put some heat on it, get a heating pad.
Mm, okay.
Ice would
I'll
work too if you prefer ice. I don't like ice.
I have an ice pack, but I don't like ice either. Mm.
Order
So
you
to the
a
last,
heating pad. Order a heating pad off of Amazon.
mm,
Get an
I'll look
extra
into
large
that.
one. Get an extra large one, I'm telling you.
Mm. So you got time to roll over and still be on it. Um, to the comments. Oh, nice. To the comments here. Anyone else feeling upset about not being able to drive? First comment here says, I remember a little after I turned 16, I saw my friend post a picture of her car she got for her birthday. It was a childhood dream of mine to drive and have a cute car. So that moment definitely did it for me. Oh, another comment here says, there's a lot of places I want to go and can't. Like so many days, I want to get in the car and drive somewhere quiet and peaceful. I love the countryside, which is far away from me, and it sucks. Two more comments. One says the feeling still haunt me 8 years after a car crash brought on by a seizure, costed me my driver's license. Another comment here says, in a way, I'm not worried about myself. It's not being able to take my kids places on my own that bothers me. I feel like I've failed them. I know how this person feels. I'm not sad about it, but I know where you're coming from with that one. Because I always think about like, damn, if I had a car, we could go to the park even further. But then again, there's a park on the corner, so you don't complain too much. Or we could go to Chuck E. Cheese. There's always places I always thought about taking them. Uh, Back when I was driving, I did. Um, Anyhow, another comment. Oh, no more comments. I got one for all of us because we all have focal seizures. Well, no, some of us aren't having them anymore. Got something here that says getting flustered with focal seizures. Hi, So I'm in the process of getting diagnosed. I've been diagnosed in the past with FND, but have recently been showing some pretty concrete signs of focal epilepsy as well. And one of the most infuriating things I've come across is whenever I get flustered, I begin to have a seizure. For example, if I'm in an argument trying to argue my point or defend myself, I get too worked up or start mixing up my words before I get my case defended. My brain will just short circuit and completely misfire to the point of where I'm either just repeating whatever the last word I landed on was, or go silent and blank, completely staring. It's just, it's not just arguments, but if I'm just trying to recount or give important details on something I'm planning and I get a little anxious, it happens too. Does anyone else experience this? I do not, because of this. Mm, there we go. Shout out to Nature Made. That's why I'm not having focals. I wish it would have took away the seizure the other day, but we're alive. We're here. Mark, Jeff, Andrea, did you used to get flustered with focal seizures?
It never made me have seizures that like directly like that, but I totally understand the whole arguing, your brain kind of just stops thing.
Mark, you're on
You're on
mute.
mute.
I need to step away for a minute. I'll be, I'll try to be back later. And
Take
Getting
care.
flustered?
maybe I don't know.
Gotcha. Um, well, that post was an example. What happened with you, Andrea? Because it hasn't happened in a while. You got some memories?
I used to argue a whole lot with my mom, and since I stopped talking to my mother, I haven't had a seizure. Just put it that way.
Oh, uh, nice. At least you know your trigger. Uh,
I'm not saying she is particularly a trigger. It wouldn't necessarily have one at that moment in time, but because I was so stressed out and arguing with her all the time, I think that that is what was leading to all of my seizures. Just the buildup of all of it, at least a big
okay.
contributing factor.
All right. The only comment here says stress is a pretty common trigger for focal seizures, so you're not alone there. The word repetition thing sounds super frustrating though, especially when you're trying to make a point and your brain just says nope, just nopes out mid sentence.
That or you just forget what you're talking about entirely and then look like a moron.
Yeah. Uh, I forget what I'm talking about, but the moron part, it's not around anybody too much often. It's like three or four that I don't feel like a moron around them. Uh,
Depends on the situation, but there's definitely been some times where I was like, wow, I feel stupid for that.
okay, yeah, I can say yeah, there has been times. Um, but I got something here. Oh, I can save that one for later for Kate because we're not working. Another one here about focal seizures. Confusing focal seizures for panic attacks. Is it normal to have trouble telling the difference between focal seizures and panic attacks? I've been having what I thought were panic attacks on and off in clusters for a few years now. It started it started about the same time I got on a bunch of psychiatric meds all at once. So the jump was logical to me. My therapist didn't know if it was a panic attack, and my psych wasn't very good and wouldn't discuss them with me. So I ended up stopping the meds. I've still been experiencing them on and off in clusters for the past few years, and I'm only just realizing that it might not be panic attacks at all. I'm not able to go to the doctor and pursue a diagnosis right now due to the lack of health insurance. I just wondered if this is a common experience. Um, Never had a panic attack to compare. Haven't been there yet. But I heard they're
I've
very
also,
similar.
yeah, I've also never really had a panic attack, but my focals got blamed on, like, they just kept saying that I had anxiety and I was having panic attacks for several years before they were actually diagnosed as focals.
Mm.
Happens a lot with the medical system, especially if you're a woman with any kind of mental health history in your chart.
Well, Jeff?
Well, I know it happens a lot with women. It it didn't happen with me because there was clear seizure activity uh, on my EEG, but it's pretty clear that it happens with women a lot, and it's pretty clear that the medical industry in this country has little regard for women to begin with.
I'm with you there. Uh, I can actually make a post about that. Yeah, that was the only comment there. Sorry you had to get misdiagnosed, Andrea. I know it's way more common in women than it is in men, and
Just part of the path, I suppose.
shouldn't be, but it is. Yeah. Um, is it worth going to the ER? Is this a seizure? I've had these since 8, and I've had epilepsy in the past, but I started having these episodes after my surgery. Mostly they come like this. I started feeling this and that. I started feeling this and that. The world isn't real. I feel really tired. I feel all of a sudden very anxious and scared. I just get more and more tired. Then my head drops and I go consoled blank. I don't remember what happens. My eyes are open, but I only see the color black for a few seconds. But I don't remember anything at all. It's usually triggered when I'm anxious. The last time it happened, I was stressed that wasn't focusing enough. Is this just anxiety or is something of concern? Um, that one's not really a concern, I say. But you can go to the emergency room
It,
if you'd like to. It sounds like anxiety, doesn't it?
I think it sounds more like absence seizures, possibly.
Yeah. Go to the emergency room.
Don't expect the emergency room to do a damn thing for you.
It's
Yeah,
true.
Find a
It
take notes.
happens.
neurologist.
Take notes and come back. One of the comments here sounds like a seizure, but unless you injured yourself, ER visit just isn't necessary with an episode. I'm assuming you are seeing a neuro. And that person says, I see a neuro psychiatrist in 2 weeks. Uh,
Definitely
needs-
bring it up with them.
Another comment here says, unless the injury or if the seizure was greater than 3 minutes, I've been told. Another comment here says it's in Russian. Another one says, no, just talk to your neurologist about your symptoms of your seizures. They may change your medicine. That's nothing the ER can do. Jeff, do you go to the emergency room with seizures?
It depends. Uh, if Liz is around and they're fairly bad, she sends me to the emergency room. If I'm by myself, I usually don't. Um,
Okay.
you know, when I was out west, uh, if she couldn't get me for any reason, or like the last time, she called and I was totally incoherent. Uh, um, she called somebody to come over and call and get see how I was, and then call an ambulance if was still not well. But
Okay.
I mean, for most of my focals, I don't see any point in it.
Right. They don't have Nature's Made there.
Right.
Anyhow, I got something here that says allergy meds with epilepsy. I've read that allergy medicine can lower thresholds. I've got horrible allergies, but take Afrin with no issues. I wish I could take Sudafed, but just asking, am I the only one? No, because that's what I'm thinking brought my seizures. Brought my seizures to light. Um, because I was
Allergy medicine?
taking, yeah, I was taking Benadryl on a daily because we had fleas from our little dog that was running around. And then I had a hallucination, and they were assuming that I took too many of the pills, is why I was hallucinating. And they didn't believe me, saying, no, I did not. So they gave me charcoal. It was disgusting. A whole lot of it, whole cup. I
Here,
thought it was
drink
something to
this.
drink because it was in a cup. And then I was like, what is this? And they're like, no, you gotta drink it. Uh yeah. It was
I
That's
take
disgusting.
disgusting.
It was cold though. Like a charcoal smoothie. It's nice and cold, but it was disgusting. Uh so what I tried to do is put the straw as far as I could in my mouth and just inhale and swallow. Uh they didn't find anything. They thought I took a handful of Benadryl. I think someone said they seen me pour some in my hand. Uh, yeah, when they could have
I
just counted what's left in the bottle. Hey,
I take allergy medicine every day, and I've taken Sudafed while taking my Zyrtec when my nose gets really bad. So I even asked the pharmacist about the Sudafed, and he said it was fine, and there was no, I can't think of the word, no
problem.
evidence that, right, no evidence that Sudafed will affect your seizures.
Okay.
I think Benadryl can, but I don't think Sudafed does. Talk to the pharmacy.
Oh no, I don't take the Benadryl anymore. That was 20 years ago. But that hallucination was interesting. They said, well, no, from what I can remember, I don't. They don't remember what I remember because I was seeing things. Obviously, they were trying to like pick me up and stop me from running outside because uh, I was seeing the dog run away. Because if you hold the door open, the dog was able to slip by. He was a little dog, and Yeah, when they opened the door, I seen him run out. I was hallucinating, they say, but I seen him run out, and they were like picking me up off my feet, trying to stop me. He's not going anywhere. He's in the garage. And I'm like, oh, he ran down the street. And they're like, someone close the door, someone block him, someone pick him up. Uh, so when I kind of came to, I was being held by someone like this. And then they explained to me what was going on. Yeah, charcoal does not taste good. Don't take Benadryl. Shout out to Benadryl. Yeah, the allergy meds, it did bother me that it bothered me. I don't know if it brought back my seizures, but I didn't have a seizure from the age of 5 until 16 when I got diagnosed, and that's when we had the dog and the fleas and the Benadryl. Uh, Good thing I came here and learned that you should not take Benadryl. But I got a couple comments. One here says Sudafed should be fine unless you're sensitive to stimulants. I would ask your doctor though. You want to stay away from first generation antihistamines like Benadryl, diphenhydramine for sure. Mm. Wow. They didn't have this in 2006. Anyhow, another one says, I've had great luck with taking Allegra 60 milligrams daily for the past few months. It's harder to find as it's a small dose. Normally, dose is 180 milligrams, I believe, but it's enough that I no longer have to carry tissue in my pocket, LOL, and it doesn't make me tired. Is there anything you guys wish you knew ahead of
Such
time?
as, oh, ahead of
I wish
time?
I wish I knew about Benadryl because I probably wouldn't have got seizures until I was 20 something. Maybe I would have lasted longer. Maybe it came out sooner because I took the Benadryl. Those are all the things that have went through my mind. Maybe I could make
I
it until 70 like Jeff. You never know. See? Then yeah, go ahead.
I can't necessarily think of anything epilepsy related anyway.
Yeah. Wish I knew that about the Benadryl, though. That in particular.
I
I
never
got
even thought
something.
about the Benadryl. But it's not something I take regularly, so
Hmm, I got something here that says anyone else have minimal access to support and education after or during the diagnosis. When I got diagnosed, I had minimal support, knowledge, or education. I'm curious if anyone had any of the same issues. Uh, I have the same issue. I didn't have the support. I found it 20 years later, or 19 since it was last year. Uh, and yeah, 19 years later, I started doing this and I had the support and education. So to this person, I suggest you come here before you get 20 years down the line. Any of you guys
I know
get
my
minimal support and education? Or am I the only one?
I never got really educated on anything about epilepsy from any of my doctors.
I find it
Everything
funny
I
how
know.
they
Yes,
don't
I'm
feel
a
like it's
weird one.
necessary.
What
Huh?
was that, Toaster?
Am I the odd one out?
Um,
Possibly.
My doctor, my neurologist explains everything to me. Well,
I was a minor when I got it, so I think everything might have been explained, but the information wasn't passed along to me. I was just told, take your medication over and over
your mom was
before
told them
school.
that told it. You
Yeah,
weren't told it. doctors were talking to your mom, not you.
Yeah,
As a
she was under
child,
the
it's kind of
assumption,
hard because even if you're the patient, you're not the one making the decisions.
right? I was under the assumption that you take your medication and it doesn't happen. That isn't true.
Everything
Uh,
I learned here.
And
My doctor didn't say anything. Just, you have epilepsy.
yeah, it's like they don't have enough time in the appointment or something. They don't take the time out to say this, and this could happen. This might happen. Let me know if this happens. I wasn't given anything. I think my mother was just given some
eh,
information that taking medication and it'll work. So that's all I was really doing. There was diet changes, none of that. Uh,
it took a long time till I got to my current neurologist. And you're right, a lot of the other neurologists didn't explain anything.
um, one of the comments here
Maybe,
says, "Go ahead."
maybe because she's technically a professor and explains it to dunderheads all the time. So it just comes naturally that she starts explaining things.
Hmm. One of the comments here says, "I have never been told many things. This sub has opened my eyes to the things I did not know about, and I am trying to continue to learn. Come here." Another one says, "I am 36 years old and still having to explain WTF epilepsy is." Um, that's all.
WTF.
F.
Oh, what the fuck epilepsy is. Okay, there we go.
Uh,
Sorry, I
I
was
should
thinking
have
it
just
was a
said
type
that.
of epilepsy. It's like, I've never heard of a WTF epilepsy. Is that similar to TLE?
Wow. um, we'll never know. Oh, Toaster, you're here. Got one for you.
I don't know for how long because we have a giant storm and we also have a TNT that cut our. I am totally on cell signal right now.
Okay.
They did that here not too long ago too.
Yeah, AT&T, well, the Google was coming in and accidentally cut the ANTT fibers. It's like, really, good job. And they also it pierced a gas line. Um,
Hit a water line here.
and, yep. It's like, okay.
mm,
I know that
um,
these guys are subcontracted, but who are you subcontracting to? Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Pookie.
the Toaster. Moms with epilepsy. I'm amazed by the moms here with the amount of patience that comes with raising a child. I think about myself and the amount of sleep I need to function, and anything different from my routine could trigger a seizure. So I basically want to ask the moms here with epilepsy, how do you manage? What's the most difficult part?
My son is my routine.
Well, perfect answer. Now I have the icebreaker, if you don't have anything to go along with that.
Well, let's be kind to yourself and don't treat your kid like they don't know what's going on because they see everything.
Yeah. Yeah. They know more than we think they know. Um, the icebreaker for you, Toaster, is what's the best free thing that makes you happy?
Libraries and coming
Mm,
here.
Yeah, I didn't say that one. I forgot what I said.
I said sleep.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Anyhow, Jeff and Toaster. Jeff is frozen, and Toaster is. I don't know if it's just my screen. Toaster, every now and then, your voice is there, but your picture goes pixelated every now and then.
It's the
I'm
storm.
frozen.
Your
I
I
just
video
don't
see your
is
see.
face. You look very calm. I was just making sure you weren't having a seizure. I got to take a picture of that so I can show you.
I have
I
a
am
black
very calm.
screen.
Come again?
I am very calm.
I haven't looked in the mirror in a while. The camera was just turned towards me. Hmm. I'll send that picture to you later. I think maybe if you turn your camera off and then turn it back on, it might work. But yeah. So I got a post here. Older. I was told the older you get, the tougher it is to control epilepsy. I'm 60. I'm still trying different medications to control it. Almost 3 years and too many meds. I can't count. What do you do now? I'm not 60 yet, but uh, I think mine got a little easier. Uh, so I think there's that get easier from the teens to the middle age, I would say. And then I guess if you get older, I don't know how hard it is when you get older. Jeff or Andrea? Andrea, you're not that old. Why did I say Andrea? I
You have
almost
less
said Toaster.
patience.
Ah,
You're not going to stick with something as long as you might when you're younger. Um, you just don't have the patience to stay with something, and that may be, not good for you because your body may need more time to get adjusted. Um, I'm going through that right now with a pill for my tremors, and I've increased the dose, and it's just not working. And my first reaction is let's change the medicine.
hmm.
Um, but maybe that's not a good idea.
Has this med been good to you? Better than the last?
This is the first med I've been on for the tremors,
Oh.
um, which, I mean, um, which are, I had one good day when I increased the dosage, but it's it's something that's getting worse. Um, and so, I told Liz the other day I want to try new medication because, I mean, I don't know that any of them are going to work, but I don't want, I just don't want to be on something longer than I have to. I'm running out of patience.
Have you tried lamotrigine?
that doesn't work
No,
for tremors.
I
Oh,
mean, uh,
I think
I
Omvi's
don't,
good for that.
yeah, these
Mm,
aren't those kind of tremors. Um, there's no sense in hiding it. Uh, I, I probably, uh, I almost probably have Parkinson's. Um, and that's where the tremors are from.
that's a hard disease.
So the medication is for
Different.
Parkinson's. Yeah, it's hard in that The tremors are frustrating.
They're tremors and not myoclonics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
And I have them, you know, all day long. It doesn't stop.
Yeah,
But,
sorry to hear that.
you know,
That's why I thought you
But
were
it's
having a seizure because you weren't moving.
yeah,
Uh,
right.
is he moving on anybody
Yes.
else's screen? Just frozen on mine? Oh,
I only
No,
have
he's
a
been
black
for
screen.
yeah,
I
you're
Am I
don't
even
have a
moving
black
floating.
screen
now?
for any of you, so sorry.
I wonder if you're
Jeff.
frozen online. Let's see. Oh
Am I
yeah.
moving?
Nope, you're frozen on the on YouTube too.
Really?
Yeah,
Hmm.
you're in a good position though. You weren't doing the tremors, so I was like, okay, maybe you took a good medication, and totally still, or like
Yeah.
this.
You haven't
Look
moved
on.
since before Toaster got here. It's
Really?
been frozen. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
we were in a good flow. Uh,
We're always in a good flow with Jeff.
yeah. Um, to the post about getting old. Someone here says early 60s here. My seizures are now well controlled with just one med, but when I do have them, they are getting progressively worse. One seizure at a time, on to two seizures in one night, on to status epilepticus. After the last episode, I no longer complain about having to take meds for the rest of my life. If they do, um, if they do what they need. What they need to do. I'm gonna get to that age one day. I got something else here. It says, actually, uh, I had something to say to you, Toaster, but it went away. I got something here and it says drinking alcohol with epilepsy. Hi, fam. 29-year-old female. I was diagnosed with epilepsy after having my first seizure, 2024. It was a tonic clonic. My epilepsy was managed for over a year and a half until I had a seizure in November 2025. My first seizure occurred a day after binge drinking. I stopped drinking after that seizure. I believe my second seizure was caused by stress. Like many other experience, epilepsy ruined my social life. I feel like American social culture heavily revolves around drinking. I found myself isolated in my room for well over a year. Fine news, good news is I met my boyfriend right before my second seizure. He's amazing and has helped me get out of the house and acts as a natural antidepressant for me. Smiley face emoji. My question, finally, sorry for the long intro, is how many of you drink with epilepsy? I'm going to the beach with his family and want to participate. He doesn't make me feel pressured whatsoever to drink, but I know that's what his family will be doing on our upcoming trip. I miss drinking because it helped me let loose, ease the running mind for a little bit, LOL, and help me connect with others due to my lower inhibitions. I find it difficult to open up. Uh, I'm a hard shell to crack. I'm not wanting to get wasted all day, but I really want to drink, or maybe a few, to get tipsy for at least an evening. I know this is really I know this really isn't worth it and could trigger a seizure, but I'm hoping my my first seizure after drinking was also due to lack of eating as well. I was also on heavy social binge, also a heavy social binge drinker. I don't know. Sorry for the long post. Possibly encouragement to go for it if we're being honest, LOL. But if someone could provide some advice, I would really appreciate it. Go ahead, Toaster. That was all.
So, yes, there is definitely a connection between alcohol and lowering the threshold of having a seizure. What that means is that not that you will have a seizure. It's just there's a broader possibility. I think I've only been drunk once that I can remember, and I hated it. But I still take a glass of wine every Friday for Shabbat.
Oh,
That
nice.
doesn't trigger anything. The
It's
drunk
really
thing, that was because it's individual. But Andrea saying, sorry.
I mean,
And
I have drank, but I don't typically.
if I can or may be the devil on your shoulder, moderation.
Yes, definitely.
Be
Learn your
careful who you're
limits,
around
which
as well.
means, yeah, I mean, I'd rather, as Jimmy Buffett said, I'd rather die while I'm living than live while I'm dead.
I don't know. I used to love to drink. I mean, never in excess, but I drank pretty often. And my neurologist said, "Don't drink anymore," and I stopped.
Yeah,
I mean,
also,
I
your
mean, it's
neurologist knows best.
yeah, and you know,
You're
so
better than
I
me.
don't, I don't, I don't drink anymore. But you know, I smoke more.
My doctor said don't drink 20 years ago. I didn't listen. I stopped drinking last year. For you
No,
guys.
I mean, originally, uh, when I had uh, uh, my bypass, the surgeon told me I should stop drinking, and I continued for years after that.
In this last 20 years, tequila has got better over time. Um, that's a bad excuse. I'm a tequila fan, and I guess
Me
I
too.
wasn't an alcoholic. I would have tequila every now and then, but it was delicious. Uh, and I stopped cold turkey. I love tequila.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
On
love
Shabazz,
tequila
so
and
I
Coke.
can, yeah.
It's on
Uh,
Shabbat, so you can do it.
wait, can you drink tequila for
Sorry,
Shabbat?
I thought is tequila made from grapes?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Then no.
All right. I'll take your word for it. Yeah. So, to this post here about drinking alcohol with epilepsy, one says, bro, just get some edibles. I say, smoke a little pot. You'll be all right. Another one says, I have a beer or two and I'm fine. But when I binge drink, I always have a seizure the next day. Um, Another comment here says, I don't think it personally brings it on for me. By the sound of it, I'm gonna be drinking a little more carefully regardless. I just choose to not drink. So then I can say I made it every 3 months because of drinking. And then eventually some people go stop drinking and quit drinking, and then their seizures are much worse. I've heard somebody doing that. Um, but I got something else here. It says, 20-minute EEG showed no epilepsy. Is it worth requesting a longer one based on presentation? It's
Yes.
difficult to it's difficult to describe my seizures because they are so bizarre to me, and I am semi-conscious, but there is a brief second I feel like I lose complete consciousness, but I usually start saying random words that don't make sense and get goosebumps sometimes or feel weird in general and sometimes pace around for a little before the actual seizure, and I get a feeling like my head is very heavy beforehand. Then I get a weird burnt rubber smell. I stare and drool and get tachycardia and sweat a lot and turn red when I come out of my seizures. I am aggressive and have assaulted nurses due to being very confused. And afterwards, all of that, I am left with a terrible migraine. And I know what's happening is very real, but I get dismissed because I've been diagnosed with psychosis. And it's frustrating that one short test has made them decide it's not epilepsy. Does anyone have seizures similar to this? What type of seizures could they be? Also, I sometimes get distortion of music and sound before it happens. Mm, it's a good warning sign. See you in a bit, Jeff.
Thanks. Be back.
Peace.
Um, so yeah, did you hear that?
Yes, and uh, even before you read all of her or their descriptions, the answer is still yes. The answer is always yes. The longer the EEG, the better chance you get of capturing the seizure. Now, the smelling thing, I'm sorry, it's fascinating because that's a sensory type of aura, and not many people get that from what I've been understanding. I mean, sensory as in audio, but and a type of hallucination. Now, we've heard scents before, haven't we? The scent of burnt
Mm,
rubber. But yeah,
I
that's
I smell
definitely
like
could be the sign
trash.
of an aura. I've heard people saying metallic tastes in their mouth. I
Yeah.
know I used to get the sounds of the ocean.
Or my hands start sweating. Uh,
Oh, yeah, my mouth would go numb.
I'm getting hot flashes. I would describe this as an aura. Uh,
It makes perfect sense to us who have epilepsy. So, yes, definitely get a
no, I
longer
mean me.
EG. Oh, well,
Yeah, I'm all sweaty and stuff.
the person in
Uh,
their the post says they don't describe it too well, or it doesn't make sense to people.
Same here, Andrea. Having an
See you
aura at the
later.
moment. Um,
Sorry.
it's all right. Feels good when you're sweating everywhere. No, I'm
How
kidding.
are you?
I'm good. It's easier to deal with it when you know what it is. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be
True.
sitting here. I'd take off walking. I'd shaking out. But good thing that I know what this is. I'm sweating out of nowhere, and yeah, we aren't doing anything strenuous for this to be happening. Maybe I'm tripping. Nah, I'm really sweating. This ain't tripping. Uh,
Is your mom home?
yeah, she is. My auras don't usually go into TCs, and I just had my 3 month reunion, so we're pretty good.
But auras are focals, auras are seizures, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So doesn't matter if it doesn't go into TC, still counts. What is it
Yeah.
today? I'm feeling bad. Andrea just had to go. She's feeling bad. And you're mid focal.
I'm feeling, I'm still recovering
Mm. Did something
from
happen
yesterday.
yesterday?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a tonic-clonic walking out of the school building.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's a
Uh,
thing. Wow. How you doing?
I'm sore everywhere. It's funny that what I remember versus what I've been told. What I remember is we got the form we needed from the office. We stepped out into deja reveille and deja vu all at the same time. It's like I have stepped this step in this dream before, and that's all I remember.
Hmm.
What my dad says is I wandered over to the behavioral uh, specialist officer enforcement behavioral enforcement specialist, whatever. The
security?
The security guy.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And said, I'm going to have a seizure. Sat down and had a seizure.
Nice. I mean, not nice, but nice that you were able
I
to
mean,
sit
it's
down.
kind of nice. Yeah.
Uh,
Alerted somebody, got yourself in a safe position. Well done.
Well, just like this isn't the first time I've done something like that.
It sounds like you're a pro.
like, yo, I'm gonna have a seizure.
Mm,
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit first. Just be here.
yeah.
My parents have calls of me just saying seizure, and then that's it.
Were they near you?
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, luckily I got 2 frozen water bottles here. Uh,
And
hot
the
flashes, just
absolute dread is unmistakable.
yes, definitely. Um,
There
oh, I
is
got something here for
no,
Toaster.
Uh,
Toasty, PNES or epilepsy? Hi all.
why not both?
I just I just left my neurologist appointment and she was talking about the possibility of having seizure mimickers. I was diagnosed with epilepsy about 16 years ago now, and I'm experiencing imposter syndrome, thinking that my whole life has been a lie. It's stressing me out. Has anyone ever had this experience before? The past few posts, they were very long and no periods, no commas. Sorry to point it out, but it's just so annoying. There's no commas at all. Go ahead. Ignore me.
Well, PNES, the psychogenic non-epileptic seizures are still seizures.
they're calling them functional
Up to
seizures now.
30.
We should try to
Yeah,
help
if you can.
push that.
I know, but at the same time, I don't like the term functional seizures because there's no way you can function after one of those.
Right. I
Yeah.
like the term grand mal when that just went away. And grand mal, that's my first type of seizure. But now they don't talk about that one anymore. They changed it. Anyhow, yeah, go ahead, Toaster.
But yes, functional seizures are real seizures. A lot of times it is based in trauma. And guess what? While you were when you had, or while you were had your epilepsy uncontrolled, that was trauma going to your brain. So now if you're in a stressful situation, your mind might break, and it's used to just, I don't know, seizure. 30% of epileptics will experience a functional seizure at some point.
Wait, everyone?
30% of epileptics will experience, so 30%, or up to 30%.
Uh, so I'd say about 3 of us out of the 10 regulars, not so regular lately. Anyhow, yeah, thanks for that,
Though
Toaster,
I
because I
will,
saved that just for you. Go ahead.
though I will admit, we are still fighting what type of seizure I had yesterday. What type was it? Because we know I always get stressed out when I go to schools with crowds and stuff like that. But it sure as hell presented as an epileptic seizure and not one of my functional seizures.
Um, so what are you gonna do when we all get together?
Well, you
So
guys are
there's not gonna.
fine. You guys aren't a crowd because I know you. Oh, that sounds weird. You're
Being
not a
around a lot of
crowd if
people
I
that you
know
don't
you.
know. Being a lot of people around a lot of people you don't know in public, basically.
Demophobia.
Mm, new word. Uh, to the post here about PNES and epilepsy, the first comment here says Neuro told us that the instance of epileptics having both epileptic and PNES is very high. My teen has both, and the knowledge that some where PNES has helped her to get on top of these. Another comment here says, have seizure meds decreased the amount of seizures? If it's PNES, meds won't touch the seizures. Another comment here says, my therapist also works with PNES patients. She's assisted people in becoming seizure free, which is just fantastic. That's always great. One last comment, PNES can be controlled or even removed with psych involvement. Mine are. I've been seizure free for years. By the way, they are both seizures, just
CBT
different types.
therapy.
You can also get seizures from drug withdrawal or a fever. Diagnosis to treatment to control. Hopefully, you got this. Yeah, I'm
Cognitive
glad we.
behavioral therapy is the best well, yeah, sure, I'll say the word best medicine treatment. That's the word, treatment for FND.
Okay.
Stoic philosophy, the core philosophical grounding that all of CBT is built upon comes from Stoicism and the philosophers like Aristotle and Marcus Aurelius. Um, um, you know, uh, you know, some of the, 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 you know, some But exposure therapy for things like phobias are kind of come from that sort of philosophy. Accept the things that you can't change, and um, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow has worries enough of its own, right? That's not only Stoic philosophy or Stoicism philosophy. That is also a direct quote from Jesus out of the Bible,
Learned a new
from
word,
the Sermon on the Mount.
stoicism.
Yeah, Stoic. A lot of people in the sort of modern parlance have come to take it to just mean not showing your emotions, and that's really not at all what it means, what it comes from, and the
No, you,
um,
you're human. You're going to have those emotions. You're allowed to have those emotions. You're just also, I don't want to talk to whoever LL Robert is. Okay, sorry. Um,
your emotions don't control you,
I-
right?
yeah,
You experience
you're
them,
allowed to feel them.
don't
Y-
control you. Um, Experience them, observe them,
It's
and accept them. Accept what you can't change, and change what you can.
it's it's it really helps splitting my mind, if that makes any sense, into the logical part
Hmm.
and the part that's
The emotional
experiencing
part.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah. The emotion, the reaction versus the analytical, procedural, and that has been traced to left brain, right brain, um, and dominant hemispheres. Um, and it's fascinating to see how that manifests
I'm
so
definitely a
so
left brain
clearly.
dominant now because that's has to happen.
Has to happen. Are
It
you
has to happen.
relearning to use the left brain, or
No, I'm
no?
just missing a giant chunk of my right.
Oh
The
man,
resection.
yeah, the left's got to take over.
Yeah, the left's gotta
You got to
step up
learn
to
to
the
be,
plate.
yeah, learn to be the processor. Mm,
Got
interesting.
something.
Very interesting. Very cool.
Got something that says, has anyone had a doctor induce a seizure? I was given the option to bring home an EEG or stay at the hospital, and then the doctor would reduce my meds to have maybe a seizure and observe. What are the benefits of that? My epilepsy has been diagnosed as, in quote, generalized. I have no signs that I'm about to have a seizure and just have tonic-clonic seizures, 5 in my lifetime. I have never had a doctor induce one. I had to try. Uh,
Well,
they
that's what the
tried with the strobe
EMU is,
lights.
right?
Yeah, they tried with the strobe lights.
Mm,
So yeah, I'd say if
mm,
you are this person, at least go try.
mm.
Let them try the strobe lights a few times, a few different speeds, eyes closed, eyes open. Might have a seizure. Hopefully, you do. Uh, would you guys rather the at-home EEG or in the hospital?
If they've never captured one before, do the hospital.
Yeah, for comfort's sake, home, obviously,
Yeah.
right? But
if they've never
I know
captured one
what
before.
I know what my focal is. I know, or I know one of, at least. Maybe there are others, but I know a focal point, the biggest one. I know that it generalizes, and I know that it is pretty insistent once it starts going. It does not like uh, being turned off with lorazepam. It's like just brushes that off. So I'm glad that was done in a level 4 EMU unit. Technically, it was outpatient. It was not in a hospital, like they were saying, or like you'd pose a question, but it was not at home. And I was, video. I had the IV port the whole time and everything. So for all intents and purposes, it was a hospital. It's very nicely uh, equipped
Was
hospital,
it
but
an attachment
hospital,
to onto a medical center?
huh?
Was it like attached to a medical center?
It was just operated by the clinic that I'm being treated at, Orlando
Huh.
Epilepsy Center. I'll just say, shout out
Okay.
Orlando Epilepsy Center. They are the best in the Central Florida area. So if you can get referred there, they are level 4 rated. So they do operate their own outpatient facility. So it's just like this nondescript building somewhere in Orlando that,
Duke
no
has it
no
at
big
the
labels or
on
anything.
campus.
So, huh?
Duke has theirs on campus.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can
If
look
it
out the
was
window and
UCF, it would be at the hospital. Yeah. UCF's teaching hospital is pretty new, but I was not going there. So but the doctors who run the Orlando Epilepsy Center are professors at UCF anyway, also. So yeah,
It's in South Florida, right?
and they're the epileptology heads at the. So I'm in good hands, I think.
that
Um,
sounds that sounds like my neurologist.
yeah, it's
So
nice. It's nice to have the
UCSF
top.
is
Huh?
South Florida, right?
Hmm?
UCSF is South Florida.
UCF is Central Florida. UCF, go Knights.
Oh, okay.
USF is over in Tampa, and they're not as good
At what?
at being a university
Gotcha.
and football.
Okay.
You send the
I'm
kids there.
But we were not
I'm
we were
I'm
not
being called to Shabbat.
ah
I'll be here.
I just do pieces
um
Um,
because I can't hold my phone into this at the same time.
yes,
You know I love you all.
yes. Um yeah, when I was going to UCF, uh USF was like our rivals at the time. In the state of Florida, the state universities, the big ones were University of Florida, the Gators, and um, uh, the Knowles, Seminoles. I'm forgetting the name of the University of Florida and wait, UF and FS, Florida State, UF and FSU, University of Florida, is the blue and orange, and FSU is garnet and gold. Down in Miami was University of Miami. They had the Hurricanes. But UCF is a relatively new uh, university. It began only in like the mid '60s or something as a kind of a space grant um, university. They wanted to have basically be a sort of incubator for NASA technology and aerospace and defense department development. And so there's a whole big research park connected to and associated, well, not connected to, but associated with the university. And in that time, between its founding up to the point where I had been a student, it had grown to have the largest student body of any university in the entire United States. So I think at that point, it was about 85,000 students, which is nuts. That's crazy. That's like an entire city on its own.
That is a lot. That itself could fill up Florida Gators Stadium.
Yeah.
Just students.
Mm, yeah. So it's I'm proud. I'm proud of my alma mater. Um, and yeah, the engineering department in particular has grown and has a highly regarded reputation in association with NASA and uh, Defense Department contractors, and not just department contractors, but Defense Department itself. A lot of students go into Army Corps of Engineers after graduation. Um, it's yeah, great school, Tier 1
You ever,
research university.
you ever thought about going to the service?
I'm sorry.
You ever thought about going to the service?
Oh, I am medically disqualified.
Like even
Um,
before epilepsy?
Even before epilepsy, I was medically disqualified. The age of 12, that heart condition that I had and the surgery I
Oh
had,
yeah, you
they
told me
wouldn't
about
want
that.
to, yeah. Even though I had the surgery, even though it was considered fully, cured, removed from that point, the military would not take a chance on that. Every recruit that they bring in, it costs a lot of money to turn a random 18-year-old off the street into you know,
Soldier,
yes, a U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, Navy,
Navy.
Air Force, Space Force now, anything, and all of them. It takes a lot of money. It's a major investment. They don't want to. They don't want to. They don't want that to be a gamble, right? If this guy might have a seizure, or this guy's heart condition may not have been fully, and maybe the doctors didn't quite get it all. We don't know. But, over the course of an entire career, if somebody, makes the military their career, especially, somebody like me who's technically minded, I would go probably more towards engineering aspects of it, engineering side. And another thing I was interested in, but again, also still disqualified for, was intelligence services, CIA, DIA, NSA all hire a lot of there were a lot of recruiters there at job fairs that UCF ran. There were always big booths, CIA, which is weird. That struck me as really weird at the a job fair. But I mean, it
Yeah,
makes
it
sense,
does.
right? They need people just like
I
anybody
thought they
else. It's like,
wouldn't want people to know that you're in the CIA, and
right,
then to have a
yeah.
booth like, "Hey,
I
we're
mean,
CIA."
not everybody's gonna be a super secret frontline agent. A lot of CIA um, are sitting behind a desk and reading intelligence. A lot of CIA are making cool gadgets and stuff, doing all kinds of tech wizardry, and aren't necessarily exposed to the sort of risk that would require them to be completely shielded from that. But even so, right, if you get hired on to the CIA, they could still make it look like you're doing something completely different, right? They could take you in, train you, whatever, and have you tell your friends and family that you got a job doing something completely different, and you're going for a 3 month training program overseas for this something whoozy what's its or whatever and stuff, and just have a front that looks and sounds to all of your friends and family and neighbors like you're working a perfectly mundane IT repair shop or whatever. Who knows? Um, they're definitely not going to tell. But um,
I was gonna go. I didn't know if I could go or not. I was not sure, but me and my cousin we decided we'd go together. But he took off before me, and I had 1 year left of high school.
do you like
Uh,
you're going to go now?
no, I
Oh,
was thinking this in high school when my
oh,
cousin went. He went when I
oh,
had a
okay.
year left of school.
Yeah.
If we would have worked it out where I could have went with him, or at least found out I couldn't go from those
Mm,
people in particular. Um, I was never told I couldn't go because I didn't try until, well, I didn't try. I was gonna try when we went together, but we didn't go together. He went. Uh, yeah. Now we're
You
here.
would you would have
I
you
didn't.
would have wanted to be in the army? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he would have waited, I would have went with him. Uh, he did not. I don't blame him for not holding his life back. But yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna go. It was at least a thought at one point in time.
Yeah. Cool. Which
Uh,
branch would you have wanted to serve in?
I wanted to go to the Navy.
Oh, cool. What was it that you had hoped to do?
Anything in the water.
Just out on a boat?
Yeah. Um, they don't do much swimming, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
I love the
yeah.
water. So if I could just work on a boat all day, I'd be fine with that. Uh, I don't know what I'd be doing, but I'd be fine with that.
Hmm.
I do got something here though.
I wonder if
Uh,
Coast Guard has issues with epilepsy, you know.
Are they hiring is the question.
I mean, always going to be
Do they
hiring.
have do they have desk jobs?
Or, I mean, is it, I don't know, would it be unsafe to be like doing boat maintenance and whatever,
Oh yeah.
keeping things up to par. Um, mm, I, I don't know if your hope was to work on boats, um, there might be jobs to work on boats. All right.
Jeff, did you have a question? Or are you just waving us
No,
up?
just saying hello again.
All right, I
No,
got something here.
we were just, well, hey, whoa. This might be, I would like to hear
Go
Jeff's
ahead.
input on this because I don't know if you had heard, but just before you had arrived, Jeff, Pookie and I were talking about joining the military and whether because when I was at UCF, the job fair that they run, the job markets and stuff, there were like big tables for army and obviously, right, they're always gonna. But what took me by surprise a little bit, there were big booths for the CIA and the NSA, which I did not expect, but that went into conversation about what would because what sparked it, Pookie asked me if I would have joined. And I was like, well, I'm medically disqualified. They wouldn't take me. And then, well, so what about without the seizures? I'm like, well, still, yeah, the heart condition that I had surgery for, that was at 12 years old. So before I turned 18, they would have had medical records that would disqualify me still. But we talked about that, and Pookie was saying um, he would have wanted to join the Navy. I kind of
I was
I don't know what if I were going to join a branch. I don't
join
know
the Air
what
Force. No,
Air
I'm
Force.
just
Yeah,
kidding.
hell yeah, I love machines. They didn't
I
have
love jumping
Space
out of
Force.
helicopters. Who jumps out of the most helicopters? Would be nice.
It's probably the Navy SEALs.
Yeah, the SEALs, I would think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
SEALs
you know,
or
things
Rangers, Green Berets, like the special operations guys are probably doing more of that than anybody.
things were
Okay.
different when I was of age that I would have joined the military.
Yeah,
Uh,
it wasn't necessarily
a choice,
a voluntary option back then, right?
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
you got the letter
Wait.
and
You yeah, continue.
you got the letter from the government to report to Fort Hamilton or whatever fort was in your area, to report for your physical. Uh, and you almost always passed your physical and you were
the
sent
rubber
off to
stamp,
die.
basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I was, can you edit this out, Pookie?
Oh, we're
Live.
live. So, yeah,
Oh,
be
That's what
careful.
you say.
okay. I didn't, I was medically deferred.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that. Uh,
I was
Yeah.
fortunately,
gonna
There's didn't uh didn't you say one time it was based on a lottery of birth dates?
the lottery came after a couple of years. Uh, at the initial, when the war first started, it was you were 18 and you got the letter. If you weren't in school or married, uh, if you were 18 to, I forget what the age was, uh, that was it. Uh, and there were some people who were declared medically disabled who might not have been. Uh, there were some people who got married and had a child right away. Uh, there were some,
I mean,
uh,
that would be a good idea anyway. I
yeah,
think, yeah.
uh, there were some that left the country, uh,
Yeah.
which without, I don't feel bad saying if I had gotten that letter, I would have left the country. I just didn't believe in what we were fighting for. Actually, I was vehemently opposed for fighting.
I
Um,
mean,
That was around
that was
Vietnam,
Vietnam.
Vietnam. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that
yeah,
yeah.
was a war for
Nixon,
nothing. Waste of
Nixon in
time.
Vietnam.
It wasn't just a waste of time, Pookie. It was a fight against freedom, and that's what really got to me. Because I mean, we turned them to favoring the communists, but they came to us for help, for weapons, not for people. They
Hmm.
came to first Eisenhower in '59, uh, and then after the election, they came to Kennedy, uh, who, is the great liberal bastion, uh, who made the worst political decision by he didn't want to upset the French, so
Well,
that was
and
it.
the communist thing, right? Or was that just the party, or was that just the official narrative that we're doing this to oppose communists? But really, it
But
was,
that was the official party narrative after we forced Ho Chi Minh to go to Russia for the weapons.
oh,
Because you see, he had the North, Ho Chi Minh and his small little army of men had been fighting the French for 20 years for
mm,
freedom. They gained control of half the country. The French got tired of this, so they left the country and they left this brutal dictator in place in the part that they still controlled. And they told him, you have to stay in power and control this. And every South Vietnamese guy had to fight. There wasn't it wasn't any disqualifications. You, they had to fight. And eventually the North won the war. Um,
yeah. So it's all for
and
nothing in the very end.
yeah, yeah. It was all for
And
nothing, 58,000. And who knows what was lost of those 58,000. You could have had, you know, some of the finest minds of my generation. Uh,
not only that, too, isn't there, aren't there stories of the North Vietnamese smuggling through Laos heroin supply into the area, and so a lot of the GIs came back
yeah,
addicts too.
yeah,
And how
yeah,
many of those minds could have gone and done, discovered cold fusion or cured cancer, or
yeah, yeah.
you could,
And and that's not even thinking about the amount of South Vietnamese and Laotians and Cambodians that were all killed. Um, it's just a tremendous waste.
And the defoliation,
Yeah.
just spraying plants, Ancient Orange, just
And
Yeah.
killing them all just to make it easier to see who's moving underneath
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Jungle's
I,
very
I seen
inconvenient. Just
documentaries that was
make
messed
it
up.
not a jungle anymore.
I have a good friend out from when I was out in Palm Springs area, uh, who was uh, affected by Agent Orange,
Mm,
uh, who is disabled now, uh, and really ill. He's had cancer of several body parts, uh, and it's just terrible what we did to those people and to our own soldiers
mm.
that were affected by this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we talk so much about our own. Yeah, hearing you, it's kind of the first time, if I'm gonna be completely honest, and this is gonna make me sound a little heartless, but this first time I even thought about, what the other side went through and dealt with at our hands. It was always, my mindset was always our boys, what our
Yeah,
boys were going through, what our boys are doing, the PTSD that our boys are dealing with. And it just, I mean,
yeah. Well,
I
that's
seen a
natural.
documentary
you
with
helped change
people
my
who survived
perspective.
that. Um, People were talking about their families and pointing at like, there used to be a house right here. There used to be a house right here. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's people who survived that, and they're in those documentaries. I think it was on. I got so many streaming services. Might be on Paramount.
Do you remember what it was called?
I don't know, but I remember vividly watching it. I remember they dropped all those bombs for nothing. They were just going, dropping them fast in the
Mm,
airplane, and
yeah.
that was a horrible image. They have. Why do they have videos of that? Uh,
It was a horrible time.
yeah.
I mean,
Not
it
to
was,
mention shooting our own students.
Damn.
That's how my great uncle
Mm.
passed away.
oh,
So
I'm
that
sorry to
was
hear that.
not a fun thing. I mean, obviously I never met him, but not a fun thing.
Sorry, James.
1947. He, yeah,
There
is
were
what it
those
is,
out
man.
there. There was those few who loved what they were doing, regardless of who they were doing it to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's no
not at
question.
that time, right? I mean, they did what they did what they did, and it was what it was. They signed up for it and they knew what was going on. So,
Some of them weren't
yeah.
signed up. They were taken. Well, not
Or
like taken,
Well,
kidnapped, but
yeah, I mean not exactly signed up, but you know
the
what
draft.
Yep,
I'm trying
yep,
to
yep,
say. Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
We got it.
Um,
Yeah, there was talk recently about reinstating the
the
draft.
draft. I heard about that.
really,
Yeah, that pisses me off, but
I mean, I'm safe at
it
this point.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
we're
all
good.
of us are, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't like that. The
Me
idea,
either.
what are they getting ready for? It doesn't sound like something you do just for fun.
Just to have people
mm,
sitting around.
What do
We're
you
not.
It's,
need those bodies for? Or the ability to call those bodies up without them leaving, getting out of here before they're, yeah.
Drafted.
I mean, it's probably a lot easier to go get out of the country now than it had been. I don't know. What do you think, Jeff? Would it be
Well,
easier to
yeah, I think it'll be much easier to get out now.
you know,
Um, but I wonder if they're not reinstituting the draft because not enough men are volunteering at this point, and they need
that could be
to,
it. Yeah,
they need to get more rebuild it. Um,
bulk it up. Yeah,
yeah,
not
yeah,
enough patriots in the millennial and Zoomer patriots.
yeah. Um,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
can
mean,
see
it's
that.
not the. Well, sorry. Go ahead, man.
I was
I
it.
mean,
Yeah,
Go
keep
on.
I
going.
mean,
I was just gonna say that it's not that they're not patriots. Like they still care about their 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 con. God, sorry, I can't say s's right now. Not that it's not that they don't care about their country. People still do, but it's not that they don't want to like sign up for some sorry something like that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Like
Um,
they care about
you
their
believe in the
country,
country,
but
you believe in the military, but you don't believe in the war that the military is currently fighting.
yeah,
Is that a good
yeah,
way to?
correct, yeah, correctly, yeah, like that, or that they don't agree with the current thing that's going on,
The
or
current president or
I mean, yeah, even
I,
that too. I mean, not even just the president, but the current, war that's going on, like something like that is, yeah, if that
well,
makes
that's
sense.
why
I,
I used the word patriot because I think that it's important to distinguish between the service and um the um the um it's not like when you enlist in the military, you're not signing up to do a job per se in the same way that one would apply to Starbucks or whatever. When you enlist in the military, it is a full like commitment to serve the country. And
Yeah,
there are many
exactly.
many um, non-combat positions and roles that need to be performed by um, military service members. Um, so, it's not like joining the military means you're automatically going to go shoot missiles at Iran or whatever, or fly drones and drop bombs on innocent people. But,
Dude.
they need people who believe in the country and in serving the country for better or worse, whatever that means. If it means following orders, up to a point where there are limits on following orders. There are laws of war, rules of combat, and everything. There is such a thing as illegal orders, and servicemen can refuse to follow an order that is given illegally. But um, there. That's why I use the word patriot. For better or
yeah,
worse, whatever it means, even if it means um, serving your country, doing something that you do not believe in, finish out your tour, leave, speak out against it, but they need those people to to sign up. And, you know,
BS.
that's,
Won't be us.
not
We're
us.
already too old.
Not now. Not at this point. Yeah. Jeff, sorry, I didn't see you.
That's all right.
Yeah, now with our
Here's the
health
thing.
stuff.
Here's the thing. I'm not so sure that it has anything to do with the current president or the current war as much as the current generation that would be enlisting is, I don't know if too spoiled is the right word, or
Yeah.
not willing to make that commitment, to live that kind of
Too
structured
soft,
life,
per
too
se.
soft. Uh, and I think that, uh, in general, in a large case, uh, the parents of my generation were too soft and spoiled the children that we had, uh, and because of that, our children made it even easier for their children. And I think, at least to me, that has more to do with this than, uh, the current president or the current war. I think it would be the same in any war. I think these people, the kids that are the ones that would be fighting, aren't interested. They don't want to die. They don't want to get injured. They don't want to
Hey,
take that chance.
understandable.
Don't even want to be uncomfortable for
Right.
a bit.
Exactly. And that to me is the main reason. I could be wrong, but looking at it, with
That's a
all this
very,
time.
yeah, that's a very interesting perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
I
have
mean,
any uh, commentary on why you think that may have come about? What might be the reason for that?
um, I think that because we, Jesus, how do I'm not quite sure how to say this.
Hmm.
I think it came about because we really didn't have the freedoms that your generation grew up with, and the generation that you raised had even has even more. I'm not saying this right. Uh,
Take your time.
Just say it, man. It's all of us. Just say it all.
yeah, I can't get my thoughts together. I just think that as each
Okay.
generation has passed, it's become easier. The whole living in this country has become
Mhm.
easier. Uh,
Uh,
you know,
do you
you
think,
don't
is
need to
it,
make a lot of money now. You can buy things on credit, and almost anybody can get credit if you're working. Uh,
uh, that's going to be a problem not too far from now. I don't
yeah,
know.
it is.
Um,
Yeah.
But
do you
but
think,
when I first got married and I needed to buy things, I had to prove that I was making enough money that I could pay these things off.
yeah,
Uh, and they weren't so easy to have these promotions. You know, sign up now, we'll give you, you know, all this and all that. You know, there
Yeah.
was, you know, it was Diners Club or American Express.
Hmm. Yeah.
These days,
And
people
now
can furnish a house and rent a
now
center.
the
Yeah,
list of credit providers and I mean, yeah, even individual stores or I mean not stores, but like companies, um, Amazon built
yeah,
in built into it. It's, you know, buy on credit, pay, you know, over 4
yeah,
months, for, you
right.
know, for this little $20, I don't know, battery powered golf cart fan.
And we couldn't do something like this.
Yeah.
I mean, as
Uh,
I said to you the other day, that's why we called our friends and, you know, to say good morning because who knew
Yeah.
what happened overnight,
Right.
you
everybody
know?
know what happened.
They're not waking
Yeah,
up in the morning and immediately going and announcing their existence to the world on the internet and showing photographs and here I
yeah,
am
This
putting
is how
on
I
my
slept and what
makeup
I
or,
slept
you
in.
know, listen to me brushing my teeth.
yeah. That's, you know,
Hey, hey.
Pookie.
Uh, yeah, I
Mm.
knew you were talking to me.
Ah,
You can't hear me though.
ah.
The noise
Well,
canceling headphones. He
when
can't hear
you
me.
when you say something while the brushing is going, the noise
Then I
filter
can hear.
doesn't work as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Call
like
yes.
me.
We have
you know,
done
I just
some
mentioned
science
my
experiments there on testing the limits of earpod noise filtering, and we have found there is a
exactly.
limit.
If I brush my
oh,
teeth while I'm talking, you can definitely hear it.
I
Yeah,
think
it gives like
also,
a little buzzy distortion to his voice.
Yeah,
I'm
like
sorry, let me just say this while it's on, while I can remember it. I think
yeah, go ahead.
also, um, now I forgot it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, 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 no. Maybe
Uh,
it'll come back.
uh,
Brushing
yeah, I
Yeah,
teeth.
think
We were talking brushing teeth,
yeah.
Pookie,
yeah,
noise,
think
Um,
about it for a sec, man.
um, calling your
oh,
friends in the
right.
morning.
Yeah. Uh, you know, we didn't have color TV. We didn't have uh
Cell
our
phone or
we didn't have cell phones wherever you went.
yeah,
Uh, we had
Is
to
that the
take a
news?
bus or a subway. Uh, we also we had a lot more freedoms in certain ways because uh, when I was 7, I could go out and take a bus and 2 subways to go to a Brooklyn Dodgers game by myself. You
What?
can't do. You wouldn't let a 7-year-old do that
no,
now,
Oh
No.
no. I wouldn't let
but it
my
was
10-year-old
perfectly
do it.
safe.
not one
And
with epilepsy, at least,
yeah,
right? Like,
None of mine have
yeah, but
epilepsy.
yeah, even if they don't. I
Even
mean, it's not safe. But
yeah,
I did it all the time. I would, you know, and if you listen to Harry Chapin sing "Cats in the Cradle," basically that's what it's about. Is that my parents basically ignored me, and I grew up by myself. I could go anywhere; they didn't care. That's nobody worried about that shit in those days.
hmm
You know, not that there
Yeah.
weren't pedophiles around, but it
Well,
wasn't, or criminals, but it wasn't
mm,
publicized like it is now.
yeah, it was
yeah, I know what you mean.
all right out there in the
Yeah,
open.
right. And if you
Yeah,
were on a bus or a subway, you were with other people, you were safe.
Are you would are you glad that you were born and grew up when you did? Would you are you curious? Would you have wanted to grow up in the 90s and early aughts like we did?
No fucking way. Sorry,
No.
Pookie, I just need to
Much
say that.
easier.
No, I, I don't think I would.
Jeff is like some things, but not everything.
Hey,
I wouldn't have liked that at all. I loved when I was growing up. I think
Yeah.
it was a great time of change, of discovery, of discovering who we were,
Mm.
uh, of discovering music, uh, and gaining uh, freedoms that we didn't have in. Uh, I don't want to say this. Uh, I guess there are no women here. In sex, uh,
You
you
got
know,
games and YouTube now, so
yeah. But uh, our parents didn't have sex until they were married or engaged, at least. Uh, you know,
Mm.
we would go out, and if we didn't have sex on the second date, there wouldn't be a third.
yeah.
Um,
No, I was just joking around, man.
oh,
that's
man.
just the way it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
times were
You
way
know,
different.
yeah. Uh,
yeah.
Major cultural change, but
Yeah, it was, and that's kind of what led to the way you grew up in the '90s.
yeah.
Uh,
It would
but
be like a closer relationship, right? Not just like, hey, what's up? It's our first date. We're gonna, do this. Like it was, more of a friendlier or, like I said, closer, type of relationship,
well,
friendship type of thing.
things were looser back then. You weren't worried about. Uh, I guess there was not so much going on that you had to worry about. There wasn't the internet where if you did something wrong, your girl was going to get on and broadcast it to all the people in the world.
It sounds
Uh,
like in
Not everybody
a
will know.
strange way there was a sort of degree of innocence,
yeah,
perhaps.
there
Uh,
was,
none
and
of
and and and
Or
that's
you
what we
go
broke
to
out of.
a concert and smoke a joint real quick and
Yeah, you would smoke a joint in the concert, and you wouldn't pay hundreds of dollars for a ticket.
You can do that now. Smoke at the
Yeah,
Oh
concert. I did it.
tickets were a couple of dollars.
yeah.
They
Yeah,
were,
only
they
reason
were
I smoked in the concert is because somebody else started smoking like right near me, and then somebody started smoking behind me, and I was like, "Oh, okay." I brought my vape pen.
well, I
Yeah.
mean,
yeah,
you're in California too, so that's the whole
That's
thing.
true.
Plus, it's outdoor stadium, right?
Yeah, we are going to see the weekend, so
Yeah.
it was a
Yeah, I
party in
mean,
Oh, you
there.
saw them in
it was a
person?
it
Damn.
was a open air uh, arena. Then,
Nice.
yeah, don't
Yeah.
wouldn't outdoor smoking rules apply? Permitted? Is outdoor
Mm.
smoking cannabis allowed in California, or do you have to?
No, they said you have to be within your quarters.
Oh,
Yeah, I remember that
oh,
because I was smoking one day, well, one night, and I had a hotel room, and I asked my mom to come stay the night with me, uh, and we were smoking outside because we couldn't smoke in the hotel. Um, Police passed by, and he was like, "I could smell it when coming down the street," and I was like, "For real?" And he was like, he drove past, and he's like, "I could smell it," and then he made a U-turn. And he was like, told him we couldn't go inside because we're in the hotel. And he's like, okay, just finish up. And you can't smoke outside. And then we didn't have a car, so then it was just like, okay, go ahead, just finish up and go inside because it was nighttime then, but
Yeah,
needed to smoke.
weird.
So yeah, no weed outside, they say.
Can't
I mean,
can't
nobody really
smoke
listens
inside,
to it.
can't smoke outside.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's
oh
kind
wait,
of
so
like
yeah,
outside you can do
you're
it, but it's kind of like
inside
Against the
the
law, but you can
stadium,
do it.
so that right? So that so the
I
indoors,
didn't
right?
think
But it's
about that.
open air, so it wasn't stinking up and everything. So it's kind of a little bit of both, right? Indoors and
You
outdoors.
every
yeah.
now and
I
then
was,
you'd see little clouds every here and there.
Oh yeah.
It was a good concert.
I was gonna say it's kind of like beer. Like you can have it, but just don't stand like outside and do it. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like you can have it, but just be chill about it, type of thing.
And don't be on the corner smoking.
Yeah.
You can
Don't
don't
just
hang
chill
out
with
at the
like
park.
a 40 on the corner either, right? Like
Is it any different from cigarettes, or can you smoke a tobacco cigarette like at the corner where you were?
I
you
don't think they'd mind or push the issue. It'll be just like a cigarette. The same places you can't smoke cigarettes, you can't smoke weed. Other than that, it's not a big deal, but it is against the law if they just wanted to bother you, just wanted to fuck with you and tell you, get out of here. You can't smoke or take your weed or just want to search you.
exactly.
Yeah, other than that, you can smoke unless it's seriously somewhere like the library that says no smoking outside of here, not just at all, not just there, outside of there, there's no smoking.
Hmm.
So, yeah, people who go outside to smoke a cigarette, they got to go way far. Well, across the street would be good. Yeah.
Like
Otherwise,
obviously I
wouldn't say
can't like
anything.
roll up to work and start lighting up a joint or something. Like
Yeah,
obviously
you
that's
work at a
not cool.
school.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not cool around the kids. Obviously I'm not gonna do that, but I could, stand on the playground and like have a cigarette if I wanted to. I don't do that,
Mm.
but I could do one if
You smoke cigarettes?
no, no.
Okay.
Only joints, but yeah, never a cigarette, but that's what I was saying. If I wanted to, there's certain places there I could, but it's not a thing I would want to do around them or anything. So
You're a good person. Don't smoke around the kids.
that's why I get like freaked out about like having a seizure there around them, and like some of the teachers that I'm really close with, like I've told them about the VNS thing. I'm like, if this happens, grab the magnet, do this. Like I I don't even care about the teachers seeing it. I just care about the kids seeing it and being freaked out. Like that's my main thing is having them not see it. But
Have
whatever,
they
that's
seen
just
it
my
before?
one I had like I don't know if it was like a TC or a an FA, but I was like just completely zoned out for a little bit, and then my one of the teachers came and grabbed me and then brought me into the office and chilled me out and everything. I don't know what you want to call it or what type it was, but I was, yeah, in my head, I was just like, get me out of here. I don't want them to see it and, see everything. So, but thankfully it wasn't a, it's not a tonic clonic, and because I know that none of them, or maybe one or two of them, but I know that none of them would have known what the hell was going on. So I was glad it wasn't one of those, but it was still kind of, freaky to like have that
Experience.
happen when it was there. So yeah.
How long you been working there again? Curious.
Since uh 2021.
Oh, nice.
So a decent
Usually,
amount. Yeah, I usually have them at home. Thankfully, they're not there. And if I do have one, my coworkers know about it, and my mom works there, so she can help out, and it's it's decent. I mean, obviously, it's not the best, but it could be worse, right? So
yeah, I say that all the time. It could be much worse. I've heard personal experiences on here. People, I have nothing to complain about, but I do got
yeah,
something here.
especially after your recent one where you traveled super far and then got back home. Like, I'm super happy that
Wait, what are you talking about?
the one where you took the train and then the bus,
That
and
was several years ago. You said the last one you had. The last one I had.
no, you said, or you told us that that was just recent, like just a few months ago. You were at your mom's house, and then you like went back to your last house in Hayward. You said that was, or am I getting it
I
mixed
think
up or
Yeah.
something? You said that was recent, bro. Like I'm
No, I didn't.
it,
I'm pretty sure that was
it
at
came up
least.
recently, maybe,
Yeah.
yeah,
a
you
couple
you
weeks
just
ago,
brought it
but it
up like,
wasn't. Yeah, it was a retelling of that story.
oh,
Maybe.
okay,
That
my
happened in
bad,
like
dude. I thought
2020.
you, yeah, I thought you said it just recently happened,
Oh
but yeah,
no.
like Mark said, you just,
Yeah,
recently
yeah,
brought it up. I thought
yeah.
I thought it just happened
Easy mix
recently.
up.
So
It's yeah, easy to get them mixed up.
that's my bad. My bad, man. I'm sorry.
It's good. I got something here though. It
Yeah,
says
yeah,
not sure what to do. I've had two seizures in the span of 2 days. I'm not sure what to do as I know I've taken my medication these past 2 days. I mainly know this thanks to my medication holder for the week. I've contacted my neurologist and now I'm just stuck. My head hurts and I've taken 800 milligrams of ibuprofen as there are as they are the only medication that I can take without having an allergic reaction. Any advice on why I should do or ask my neurologist? Anything would help. Thank you.
Advice on why they should ask their neurologist, or
Yeah. Advice on why I should ask my. Wait. Any advice on why I should do or ask my neurologist? I think they wanted to put what,
oh, it's
not
a what?
why.
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
I was like, why ask your neurologist? Because the things, right?
Yeah.
Um,
yeah. They
I already
they should
forgot
ask
it.
their neurologist about like medication. I mean, if they're only on ibuprofen, they should at least be. I mean, it depends what their
Ibuprofen's for
doctor says,
pain, I believe.
obviously, but
I don't think they're taking the ibuprofen for the seizures. Uh, isn't
yeah,
that something else?
It's a pain
that
reliever, anti-inflammatory,
Oh, okay.
fever reducer. Yeah,
Yeah, I was just
I
gonna
don't know
say
why
it's
they
like
said 800
similar
milligrams of
to
that.
aspirin or
yeah.
something.
800 milligrams is the maximum daily dose
Oh,
of
the
ibuprofen. Large doses can cause severe gastrointestinal problems. Ibuprofen's really hard on the stomach, but a lot of doctors prefer it over Tylenol because Tylenol is hard on the liver. Um, so, you know, um, if they can't take Tylenol because of allergic reactions, that's just, completely off the board. Um, so um, the neurologist should have some idea of what sort of pain relief medications are compatible with the um, cocktail this person is on. Um, a lot of well, I don't know. Sometimes people with allergies to pain meds or pain relief have been prescribed painkillers, um, but only for extreme, so like tramadol, I think was one of
for
them.
pain, right?
Yeah,
Strong
tramadol.
medicine, right?
Yes.
Um, I knew someone who had some of that. I have not.
It's
I don't like.
opioid pain medication used to to treat moderate to moderately severe pain in adults. I don't know what they mean by moderate to moderately severe. Why don't they just say moderate to severe? But maybe I guess they don't give it for the absolute top high end, but it's yeah, treats moderate to severe pain when non-opioid options fail. Acts on the central nervous system to change how your body feels and responds to pain. Um, yeah. Classified as a Schedule 4 substance due to potential for misuse and addiction. Never mix with alcohol, sedatives, and other central nervous system depressants. That's a big thing. A lot of the epilepsy medications that are given work by acting as central nervous system depressants. So it's very likely that a lot of the epilepsy medications that they're on might have interactions with painkillers, possibly. I don't know. But then again, they gave fentanyl in the hospital when I had the VNS put in. So um,
Or they'll give you Narcan for no reason.
Narcan reverses it. Narcan would not be a painkiller. Narcan is the opposite of a
No,
painkiller.
I exactly know what it is after the last week. So I was being sarcastic. After after what they gave me last week, that was some funny shit. But yeah,
So
I
OP would have to ask their neurologist. They're probably already not taking or not drinking alcohol. If any of
yeah,
their
no.
medications act as sedatives, that might interact, and then other central nervous system depressants might include any sort of
Yeah.
over-the-counter med. So that might make it even more difficult for them to find other um, other meds. But
Yeah, no, I wish they actually talked to a neurologist before just giving me that shit without asking or taking my or looking at my other meds and all the bullshit that they did. That would have been great, but they did not give a fuck whatsoever. So,
James, you get a did you get a haircut?
uh, like 3 weeks ago or so.
Uh,
Uh,
just checking.
yeah, not definitely not the beard,
Oh,
but yeah, up here, just because
okay,
school
yeah, I'm used
started
to it
and
being curly.
yeah.
I'm used to it, the swoosh.
I know. I hated the long hair up here, man. I wanted it shorter for sure. I want your hair, bro. Like, but I
No, you
feel like
don't.
that.
No, you don't.
No,
It's
I mean I
102
do, but
degrees.
I would feel like
Feels
that
like
would be like
105.
I would feel that would be like disrespectful, or I guess
No,
the correct term, like cultural
no,
appropriation, or like BS.
no,
man.
no way.
Fuck some
No.
cultural whatever. If you want dreadlocks,
There is
you get
there is
them.
documentation all the way back to Roman era, discussing Northern Europeans and Vikings as barbarians with, describing dreadlocks. Viking
Oh
raiders,
wow.
yeah,
Hmm,
so it's not all like the Mohawks and all those. There are some Vikings who had dread. So,
nice.
yeah.
Wow. Because I feel like, at least these days, not to be disrespectful to anybody, but like certain, whatever, I'll just say, like certain, like cultures have a certain type of hair. Like how often, sorry, Pookie, but
You
don't
could
mean
just
to
say
be.
Pookie. You have a certain type of hair. It's easier just to say me. You're finding other people to talk about.
Don't need to dance
But no,
around
that's
this
what I was
stuff.
gonna say.
We're
Is
all
just
friends.
like
Yeah,
you
like
don't
Mark
see
said, don't dance
dreads
around it.
on. Sorry, Mark. Sorry, what was that,
Yeah,
Mark?
I said, don't dance around it. We're all friends. We don't
Yeah,
need to.
okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Screw it, I'll say
You
it.
can't
But
handle the truth. No.
like,
Uh,
like 99% of the time, if you see
oh, man.
dreads on somebody, they're African American. And
uh, no, because
that's why I
mm,
said 99% of the time, not
a
fully
lot
all the
of
time, but
like Jamaicans, they started to point out that these are not dreadlocks. So what they call
okay.
these
Well,
are locks. No,
you know
I'm
what
telling
I
you a
mean.
story
Like
real quick.
I want to hear this. Those are,
black
That's what I'm
they
trying to
people
are,
say. Uh,
is what I
no,
meant.
but,
That's why I didn't. That's
they
why I
let
was
Pookie
saying, like,
talk. Let
I
Pookie
didn't want to be
explain.
they try
disrespectful.
to.
That's all.
You're not James. I was telling you a story that you cut me off. They're trying to separate
Go
us.
go ahead.
They
I just wanted
said
to make sure my point
you're
was
still cutting me off, man. Just
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. I'll shut up.
um. So there was dreadlocks, and then they call them locks. There was people saying that these aren't dreadlocks because dreadlocks are natural and you don't have to twist them and all that. But these started off as twists. I twisted them to stay together, and then eventually they just got long.
Mm.
Uh, so now when you go to the shop, it says locks on the wall, not dreadlocks.
What are
Makes no sense.
dreadlocks then?
Dreadlocks are the ones like J. Cole, where they're naturally just grow and they grow in whatever angle and direction they want to go.
So
Mm.
just like the black African hair shaped style quality just allowed to grow. Like doesn't the don't the strands like grow short and curly naturally in a particular way that's different from like
I don't
your
know how they get it like that, but I've seen the people with the big ones, and yeah, those are natural, they say. Uh, these are twists. They started off as twists. Uh, I've cut them many times because eventually it's just too much hair. And as of right now, they're on the verge of being too much hair, so we're gonna go back down.
How long would it take you to grow them back if you shaved all the way down and started from zero again?
Okay, so
Like 9, 10 years at least to
the
get to your
I was diagnosed with
bottom.
epilepsy in what is it, like March or something? Uh, early 2016. Uh, and I got dreads in August on my birthday. So I've had the hair as long as I've had epilepsy. I mean, it's not gonna take this long because I've cut it plenty of times.
Yeah, well,
So
that's what I'm wondering. How many times, if you cut it, how many inches off? How long would it take to get to that point, right where you're at?
it probably wouldn't take you that long. Like I said, it probably I say 6 years
Really?
or maybe 10,
Uh,
9-ish, 10. Uh,
okay. Good guess, James. You're on
uh,
point.
Well, that's because I had my hair like super super long, so I knew about how much it took to get it.
yeah, mine
Yeah,
are past the waist. I
I
say
measured
10 years.
I measured about 8.5 inches of growth in 1 year. Um, from I shaved my head on um, December 28th of 2021, I think.
Oh,
And
oh,
then on that same date, the next year, I had my roommate measure it, and it was just shy of 8.5 inches long. So there we go. I knew that for a fact. At least in that 1 year, that's how fast my hair grows. And it changes with age and
yeah.
diet, if you're health, all those factors and stuff. But that's kind of so. I wonder how much the twisting would get it to like
These
break off.
days you can
How
get
much?
them without twisting.
Yeah.
Like I could just um use the crochet needle,
Mm.
and that's how I put this in. Well, my mom put it in. Uh yeah, this one in the front. My mother
Oh, here
I
you go, my
I don't know if you guys noticed.
Nice.
my ID, but all the way past, yeah,
Yeah.
I
past
don't
my
know if you
shoulders.
used to remember. I used to
And
have
no
it
beard.
twisted right
I
here.
mean, you would be hard. I would, if I pulled you over, I would give you a hard time. Or if
I
you were,
know they like I get that they're like, "Oh, can I look at your ID, for something?" And I'm like whatever, sure, it ain't gonna
um,
help you, but
I
here it is.
promise it's
Like
not. Yeah, man. Here, hold on. Let me show you.
that picture was from when I was 21, and
Yeah.
I'm 40 now, so I find it hilarious as hell that people still ask for my ID. I'm like, this shit, like I could be this dude's dad right now. Like, how is this ID gonna help you out?
Be that guy's dad. I like that. Uh
I mean, it is, right? Like,
oh, I
if
see
I was
Mark.
19 at the in that picture and I'm
Oh,
40
let's
now,
look
like,
at. Is it shiny? Glossy? Can you make
Uh
it out?
oh my God, that's you. Dude, we are
it looks like Mark.
basically the same. we basically have the
Yeah,
same IDs. Like we do not
the
look
beard
like.
was kind of close, but yeah, I
I mean,
didn't have
yeah,
these,
the
and yeah,
beard a little bit, but yeah, the rest of your hair not at all.
Oh, you weren't
okay,
here when he had hair.
That's
okay.
hilarious. Well, I think that's the first time I've seen you without a hat on, Mark. That's
Really?
You weren't you were here. Were you here when Mark had hair? He cut it for the EMU stay.
Yeah,
oh
I had
no, not
James
that
wasn't
long
well,
of
here
not
yet.
hair.
it wasn't like long or anything, but it was
Yeah,
longer than this and curly and
yeah,
kind of
for sure. But like you always have a hat on
yeah.
and everything. So, which
It
is
helps
funny because
keep
it's the
the
same
hair
style of
out
hat
of
that I
the
always have on, the
eyes.
flat top and
Yeah, it's been my uniform for like
Didn't notice.
25 years.
that's funny.
I think maybe more, probably more than 25 at this point.
It's like you're on the door, grab your hat, and your keys, and your shoes.
Hat hangs on the door. Yeah, medical bag with the rescue meds hanging right next to it. And
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm just grabbing the style, but it's not the right color. But here we go. The flat top, the
Ah,
pillbox hats.
yeah, if I don't know, this used to be black. You can
Yeah, I
it
have the
still
black one
looks
that you have
blackish.
too somewhere around here. I just couldn't
it's
find it,
the
but
low light with this camera doesn't capture it very well, but it definitely it looks well broken in, well worn. But yeah,
yeah, definitely.
it turns out I actually have a small head, despite what how I come across to
You
people
look
in
like you have a small
conversation.
head.
I do actually have a
With
small head
the
Yeah.
diameter.
Mine is
Uh,
7 1/8. That's my hat size.
Yeah, mine was just small.
uh,
But I mean, I got the fitted because I don't like all the adjustment stuff in the back. I want it,
Yeah, I don't either. That's how mine is too.
so
There's
yeah.
no adjustments and
So better to go small and then
yeah.
stretch it out, break it in, than but it fit pretty well to begin with and everything. And at this point, it's
Mhm.
the bill's all so bent up. I kind of like it actually, since the style has become like the flat brim and everything. I've become very. I like that my hat's worn in shape
Ye-
very
Yeah,
much
that's what I do. I have
diverges from yeah,
here's the
yeah,
gray, here's the red. Yeah, like every color you can
yeah.
yeah,
think
I
of.
like the curve.
I
I
like the
have,
curve.
and
And it
I
just
I
happens
do
to
want Pookie's
fit
hair, man.
off. I never
Too hot.
realized, I never meant to do it, but somebody commented that I wore the hat slightly tilted and slightly off, and they thought it looked nice like that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, does this look like I'm making an intentional fashion statement?
Hey James,
I know
Instead,
that's what
has
I
your
think too.
hair
Is just like with the oh, sorry, man.
has your hair ever swiped your food?
Yes, if I'm having like soup or something, I like have to hold it back and then
No,
like
I'm talking about your head hair.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, my bad. No, not my head hair. I mean like years and
My
years
head
ago when it
hair
was
has one in food. It has swiped the weed off the tray. Uh, yeah, I've swiped my food. It didn't go knock it on the floor, but it's sure rubbed across a couple plates. Uh,
I can imagine.
yeah, it's went in
How
cereal.
long have you been growing it like your head hair?
I got this summer would be 3
You said
days.
20 years.
3 days,
Right?
it'll be 20 years.
Yeah.
What?
I got my hair done on my birthday in
Dang.
2005. And
How much hair did you
wait,
start with on that
2006.
date? How much was already there?
They were like this long.
That's
Like
We
that's
measured
inch and
that
a
by
amazing,
half,
my
man.
2
palm.
inch?
Uh, yeah, about 2 or 3 inches.
That's amazing.
I've cut them though plenty of times. Because going in your food can get annoying. Um, done
Oh
that one
yeah,
too many times. Too many times.
definitely.
Uh, yeah. Like I said, it went across the weed, and then I was like, oh, can't even smoke it because it's all stuck in my hair. Uh, I think I might have still smoked it. But that's a whole nother story for a whole nother time. I
I
But
got
mean,
something here.
it's a sin to waste weed.
Yeah, it was a
yeah,
waste of weed. I had to get some of it. Uh, well, most of it. Whatever was usable got used. Uh,
and like I told you
yeah,
guys like a few months ago, I cut like four, like 3, 4
I
inches,
noticed
yeah, off the beard. So like I'd have to like hold it back a little bit, like have a bite of
too
soup.
much hair.
But
They
even
didn't
then,
shave it
yeah, as
or
long as
shave to get access for the VNS surgery. They shaved mine.
no, they shaved like a little bit under the chin, but I
But
told them
like,
like, hey, as long as it's under there, then the front part of the beard is gonna cover it, so no problem to me. Whatever you need to do.
yeah. When I went in, the guy asked, you have any religious objections to shaving? And I said, no. And he went, okay. And just went to town. I'm just thinking, I
Yeah,
mean,
I was
it's
I was
just
kind of
because
annoyed when
I
they
should have.
did it.
Maybe I should
Sorry.
have said I had, had I known that would be the result, I would have told him, yeah, just like kind of clean it up for me. Get a nice line around the neck, and otherwise you just take a
That
little bit of medical tape and stick it up over here off to the
that
side. No.
Yeah, that's what mine was too, was just like a little bit under it, but I just told him like, eh, it's just hair. It's not like, a limb or anything. Like it'll grow
No,
back, no
just
worries.
yeah.
Like,
it's not entirely just hair. There, there was a research team that had, I think it may have been just an individual, had won a prize, the Ig Nobel Prize, in biology for hypothesizing and scientifically demonstrating that human males evolved the ability to grow a beard as a defense mechanism to soften
yeah.
blows directed at their throat or neck. And the
Oh well,
guy
Mm.
measured that having a
good
long,
thing I
full
have that.
beard can and will actually have a statistically significant, measurable reduction in the force received in a throat punch when you grow a full beard. So
Oh
it
wow.
it is defensive as well in a
Huh.
weird way.
It
I
hasn't
mean,
helped
it's
me
not like
much.
that's really what happened, but It's an interesting demonstration of how science is not necessarily always the path to truth. Science is a method for examining. It is not an
Yeah.
arbiter of, so
That is a good thing to
did
know.
men really grow? Do they really? Is that? I
Defense.
don't think so. I think maybe, the um the peacocking kind of,
When I
right?
look at pictures of
Peacocks,
like
the male hair, the
natives,
male beard. An attracting thing, signals like my
Yeah.
beard is bigger than those guys' beards. Mate with me, right?
mate, who got the biggest beard?
Yeah, man.
Um, I got something here though.
Mm,
It says, I'm so lost. I don't know where to turn anymore. I've been feeling this way for years. I've attached all my symptoms so you guys can see. I've been to doctors who say it's anxiety, which it may be, but I'm so scared I'm going to have a seizure and it's causing me to have intense anxiety. I've been epileptic since I was 15 and had plenty of seizures. The only thing that helps is rescue meds, Ativan in particular. I don't know where to turn, what to do. Can anyone help or give me some advice? And thank you. Here are my symptoms: disconnected, buzzing, constricted, flowing, drained, heavy, intense, jittery, jumpy, lifted, shaky, tense, tired, trembling, twitchy, wobbly, whooshy. And they're in alphabetical order.
Alphabetical order is
Actually,
that was that
except for
actually written
disconnected
by
was
a
first.
person, or was that like
It is
I was
written
gonna
by
say
a
maybe that's
person
just
that I can
their,
see. It's a female.
mm,
or sorry, maybe I was gonna say maybe it's just their.
Actually, I don't know if it's a female. Um,
I don't know. I'm not, it just the conspiratorial aspect of my thought process immediately jumps like, normally humans don't think to list symptoms in alphabetical order. Is this really a human? Would it be like, why would an AI agent be tasked to ask questions in an epilepsy group? Uh, I'm not sure. That doesn't make sense. That's why I was.
Yeah,
except for
yeah,
the
no,
first one.
that makes sense.
The
Oh,
first one was disconnected, and then it
okay.
starts alphabetical order: buzzing,
Disconnect.
constricted, flowing, drained, heavy. Except for disconnected. That's the only one that's not in the correct order.
Flowing, constricting. Wait.
Um, says disconnected, buzzing, constricted, flowing, drained, heavy, intense, jittery, jumpy, lifted, shaky, tense, tired, trembling, twitchy, wobbly, whooshy.
Okay, that's definitely not in alphabetical order. But
Mhm. Not close.
mm,
Uh, oh, the
um,
D is out of order as well. Uh,
I don't know. I have lost track of what the question is to begin with. So,
I
uh,
do too, honestly.
this person says they were just lost and they wanted some guidance on those symptoms.
um, I don't. I mean, it's so vaguely broad that I can't really
That's
think of
probably the
anything.
same as they
Like,
understand it.
what is there? I mean, all I can just general words of encouragement, generically. I don't know. I don't know how else to, um,
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a question.
yeah, without a bit more specificity and something to grab onto. It's kind of
I got
uh,
another one.
I don't know. I know those symptoms all um, firsthand very well. And
Yeah.
it sucks. Um, but it's not the end of the world. They do not have to stop you from living your life. You just need to change
Take
the way you
precautions.
live your life. Everybody changes the way they live their lives over the course of their life. If they don't, it probably won't last long. Like things change and people change, and needs change, and
Grow a beard like men adapted to it.
all those throat punches.
Yeah.
I gotta get those under control. I'm not safe.
Are
uh,
you not Mark?
Huh?
I said,
what?
are you not Mark?
Oh, look at this beard. That's not gonna stop any punch. I just
No, you okay, you said you're not safe. I was worried.
oh no no I'm good. Thank you. So sorry for the confusion. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It was a little
You got to be looking at the screen,
funky,
James.
a
You would
little funky,
understand.
a
No,
little
I'm
nice earlier.
listening and he said that and
Yeah.
I was saying if you were
I
looking at the screen, you probably would have understood what he was
I
talking about. 'Cause he was,
said my other situation the other day. I just was worried. That's all. I
Well, how are you
I
doing
want
now, Pookie? Your vocal passed or
I
aura?
uh,
want you all to be safe. That's all.
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was gone a long time ago. But I
Okay.
got something.
Sorry.
I got something here. It
Yeah.
says focal seizures getting more common. I don't know what to do. I never had more than one, max 2 times a month since diagnosed. But now I keep getting focal seizures multiple times a month, even multiple times those days. Doctor just keeps raising the meds for years. It only stopped larger seizures. 200 milligrams of lamotrigine, 150 milligrams of lacosamide twice a day. What do I do? What do I say to the doctor next time? Maybe try another or switch to another.
Or change meds.
Yeah,
Switch
that's what I
meds.
was thinking.
If, yeah. But definitely, if you're not happy, see another doctor. Get a
Yeah,
second
go get a
opinion.
second opinion. Definitely. Um, so the comments, one says get a referral. Another says, I think you need to see a neurologist. Try to get this under control. Yeah, that's all. Advice, James? Oh no, you don't have focals, do you?
Uh, no. 99% of mine are grandmas.
All
So
right.
yeah. Sorry.
You
Can
guys eat sushi?
I'm sorry. Was
Do you
there?
guys eat sushi?
Yeah.
No.
Heck yeah.
Okay, it
Including ones
says,
that are called Pookie roll.
yeah, they don't know about that. But I got something here. It says aura while eating sushi. Hello, everyone. I went out tonight, literally typing this in the Uber and ordered some sushi. I have been craving it for a while and finally found some time to go get it. Halfway through the meal, aura happened and I was alone. I didn't know what to do. I decided to finish the meal, then head home, but the more I ate, the worse it got. I almost threw up in the Uber. I'm not allergic to sushi as far as I know. I like it quite a lot. I have no idea what to do. Has anyone experienced anything similar? Uh, I had an
No,
aura in a car and it felt like that, but I wasn't eating sushi. But I can imagine eating would make it, you'd feel like it's getting worse. You're trying to avoid it, or you just got to let it take control. Yeah. Advice on that? Anybody went through anything similar like that? I've never thrown up in an
no.
Uber either.
I
Yeah.
I haven't either.
zoned
I
out
only
with the similar to broad strokes. What was it? Because you said sushi, so I kind of zoned out, and I'm not. So I didn't.
Oh, this
If
person said they were in an Uber. They're not allergic to sushi, and they started to feel the aura come on, and they started to get more and more nauseous and almost threw up in the Uber.
hmm,
They're wondering if it could be the sushi. Anyone had anything similar?
I
I've never
mean,
eaten. I never ate in the Uber either.
uh, it obviously could be the sushi that makes you nauseous, if that's what you just ate, I think. But maybe their question kind of was more like, could it have been the aura or seizure or whatever if they haven't experienced nausea as a part of their symptomology before? It may be kind of disconcerting to have a seizure and feel nauseous. Um, if you've never felt nauseous during one of your seizures before. So that might be why they're associating the sushi with it. Um, I, yeah, I don't know.
Wouldn't blame it on the
I've,
sushi.
I've
I
felt,
wouldn't.
I'm sorry.
Oh
What
no, I
about?
was gonna say I wouldn't blame it on the sushi. But go ahead.
Yeah, um, I've felt nausea, um, before, during, and after seizures of, um, many significance levels. So it definitely could be the epilepsy independent of the sushi. Uh, but there's always a possibility when you eat sushi and then you feel sick after eating the sushi that it was the sushi that made you feel a little sick. I don't know. Unlikely, I guess, is my takeaway, but can't be ruled out, I think. Jeff?
No, you can't rule that out, obviously. Um, I doubt that that's the cause, but I really can't say that because I'm not familiar with the place where she had the sushi.
Hmm.
Uh,
mm,
but certainly it's possible. I'm sure not every place serves the best quality fish and the freshest.
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say basically what Mark said. Like it just depends on the place that you go to. I get sushi, you know, all the time, and it's from the same place. So I know it's like safe and clean and, you know, whatever word you want to use. But I'm, you know, I go there a lot. So if it's the same place that they go to, then yeah, it might be the um what do you want to call the nausea or, you know, being sick to it, but it's probably not, you know, their epilepsy or anything. So I don't think it would be that. I think that they're, you know, safe and fine going to that place. I think they just might have had a bad experience. That's all.
Really? I got something else here. It
So,
says, I just had a fucking seizure after I took LSD, shrooms, and smoked 2 joints. I am 18 years old. I have been
Ooh.
smoking continuously for about 2+ years as as 2+ years as of now. It's a shitty habit, I know, but I tend to use marijuana more in a medicinal way since I have an autoimmune disorder. Last night was really weird because I have done this exact combination before. What changed? Did I measure everything wrong? It was such a weird experience altogether that I just have no real knowledge of why this happened. I've done some research, not a lot, not enough, and I have never had a seizure before this. I don't even, I don't even, I don't have in seizure. I'm sorry, they got words in the wrong place. Seizure disorder or anything of the matter. That is why it is so weird to me. I just want to know if there's anything I done to prevent the situation and maybe some insight on what exactly could have caused it. All right. That's a decent amount of stuff. You really can't point to one thing when you're doing three. I've tried the shrooms and the joints and haven't had a problem, but the LSD have not tried it. I'm not sure
Ever
if they
done a
could
soul
cause.
bomb?
No, now the first time I heard that.
Ooh.
What's that?
Oh, there's a whole range of nicknames that our generation have given to various
LSD.
combinations. So yeah, when you take um, psilocybin mushrooms with LSD, that is called a soul bomb. When you take MDMA or ecstasy with um, psilocybin mushrooms, that is called candy flipping. When you combine, what was it? Uh, candy flipping, LSD with MDMA, ecstasy. Hippie flipping is doing um, psilocybin mushrooms with MDMA. And Jedi flipping is when you take LSD with psilocybin mushrooms with MDMA.
Geez, it was a lot easier when it was just pot and acid.
You just want, yeah, how many tabs, right?
Right.
Count them
So
out.
much has changed.
Yeah. Just
It
give me
was so much easier then.
some of that orange sunshine, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the people who say that the brown acid is bad, man. The brown acid is just as good. It's the people telling you that the brown acid is bad. That's what's causing the bad trips. Yeah.
I got
What a time to
some
have been. Uh,
somebody in the comments here says anyone can have a seizure. You can be the healthiest person and still have a seizure. If you drink too much Red Bull all at once, it can cause caffeine overdose. If you smoke too many cigarettes at once, it can cause a nicotine poisoning. If you do too many drugs all at once, it can cause an overdose. Happening too many people I know. The brain and the body is resilient, so it can resist a lot. But if you push it too far, the consequences can be severe. It's like driving while drunk. You might not kill anyone the first three times, and by the fourth time, actually kill someone. Another comment says, well, duh. Another comment says, yeah, stop doing drugs. Another comment says, no kidding. And one more says, at what point in this time frame did you have your seizure? If you were so far gone on the psychedelics, you may have inhaled for too long and went into a seizure because of problems that go along with that. Hmm. I never had LSD.
oh,
It's legal in California, though.
well, it's legal to consume, but it's not legal to manufacture, and it's not legal to transport across state lines. So is it really legal?
Hmm. I just like,
Decriminalized might be a better
yeah,
word.
there we go.
They can legalize it all they want, but the manufacture is a huge hurdle for LSD. And there are only a handful of chemists in the world who are really skilled enough, um, connected enough to get all of the precursor chemicals, and inclined enough to take that risk to go and manufacture it. So there's, like I said, only a handful of people in the world are actually making all of the LSD that's on the market. Um, and yeah, it's the feds, they don't look at the drug itself, they look at the chemicals that are needed to make it. So lysergic acid is incredibly difficult to obtain and impossible to obtain in any actual quantity. It has uses, but those uses are limited and require some explaining. So yeah, it's um, I don't think that the dude who's making it in America is in California. I could be wrong, but
No, God.
unless he is, then it's not really fully legal in California. It's just,
I know
um,
a guy who knows a guy.
well, yeah,
I'm just kidding. I
Yes.
don't have a guy.
you got a connection to a source. I mean, everybody's got a guy these days with the internet. You can buy it online and have it shipped right to your door.
Oh, wow.
Especially LSD. That's the easiest thing in the world to send. It's paper tabs. You write somebody a letter and just spray it or whatever.
Yeah.
Did
But
not
you
know
don't
that.
even need to do that. You just buy the sheets in bulk that the actual chemist has gone and made and accurately dosed. And then you just part it out. Who wants how many tabs, whatever, and just stick it in an envelope with a little, paper, something, letter written around it, and send it through the U.S. postal system. And
uh,
interestingly enough, the post office is the best way to ship items
and we
uh,
are live.
that are uh, uh,
Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button
yeah.
while Mark is describing how
Well, no, it's like the FedEx and UPS have a history of tearing through packages that they think might leak on them or might have something that they are concerned about. But the post office is like, unless this letter is spontaneously catching on fire, we are a government entity and we are bound by the Fourth Amendment, so we can't touch it, you know. So yeah, post office is very, very secure with, or very, yeah, very respectful of privacy, very secure method of shipping. Um, I don't like
um
certain, I don't like, the other FedEx and UPS don't handle lava lamps very well either. The globes come cloudier when it's like, I don't know why. Um, Post office again, best way to, a little bit slower, but yeah, I don't know.
I ship weed all the time in the post office with the post office. I used to
um
have it. I used to have somebody mail it to me from California years ago.
Hemp, hemp.
mm,
Yeah, and now, you know, I sometimes will send it to somebody.
did you guys know that we were live? Do you guys remember that, right?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Just checking. Because
Everything said on this channel, especially
we
in the
just
past 20 minutes, is purely for entertainment
yeah,
purposes. Any
right.
actions are all alleged, and nothing here constitutes an admission or instructions for anything.
yeah, we just described how to
We're just
um
chatting about our
send
favorite
acid across
post
country.
mail carriers. Yeah.
I got something here. It's a federal crime. Just point that out.
You
Um, and we talked about it. But anyhow, we can keep going.
you pointed it out. We were just talking about alleged, you know,
I got something here that says, "Is it the Keppra? I feel like I'm dying." 23-year-old female had my first seizure in 2023. I thought that was an isolated episode, so I never took the meds properly. Recently, I got super stressed over something and I had a seizure after 3 years. Does this make me epileptic? I don't know. Anyways, I've been put on Keppra and it's been so difficult. Losing interest in relationship, rage, breathlessness, fatigue, depression. Uh, I feel like a burden to my boyfriend and my parents, but mainly to my boyfriend. I genuinely just want to end things with him just so I can spare him the burden having someone who can't control their emotions as a girlfriend. I get super depressed every night and I start spiraling, but I don't want to vent to him because he's always trying to make me feel better and I genuinely feel so bad and guilty. I also have zero friends and nobody knows about the bad things that have about the bad things have got. I'm also unemployed, so everything is adding up. I feel like I should end things with my boyfriend before I hurt him because how long can I keep trying to explain myself? I feel so selfish and like a horrible person. What do I do? Do these side effects get better? I feel like I'm dying. Feeling like dying is a haven't been there yet, but that sounds rough.
That's what partners will do.
Oh, not a good partner. Um, they should
That's what I've been saying for the last few months.
they should mention to their doctor that they are having this sort of feelings, especially if they haven't been taking the medications that they were given and they um, um, uh, uh, and they're basically when they go back to the doctor and have to start taking the medication essentially, whatever it was that they were given, they didn't mention, did they, what it was that the doctor gave them that they didn't take some of
Kepra.
these? Capra.
Oh, they
Okay.
didn't. The one that was in 2023, they didn't explain. They didn't say which one it was.
Well,
But now it says it's the Kepra. Is it the Kepra? And I feel
oh,
like I'm dying. Uh,
Capra. Talk to the doctor. This is an emergency. This is the black box warning label, suicidal ideation. This is not a normal frame of mind,
uh,
feeling like you know, don't you want to die. You don't want to be here. You feel like you need to end it with your boyfriend just to spare him the burden of being in a relationship with you. That is not a healthy, normal mindset. That is, especially if that's not something that they did not feel before starting the medication. This is exactly that warning. So yeah, it's not just a wait until the next appointment thing. It's a call the doctor's office ASAP, and
mm,
tell them what to do. Like, ask them what to do. Continue taking the medication, stop it, get in, come in as soon as possible. Um, yeah, don't just let those those feelings go. Definitely don't act on them. Don't make any decisions based on the mindset and emotions that you're feeling like that. Right?
right. Got a couple comments here. One says it gets better on Kepra. I thought I I thought I has straight up brain damage when I first started. I felt absolutely awful. After about a month, side effects faded and it truly did help control seizures. Patience is key. Another one says, whatever you do, don't make any big decisions. Kepra can send some people spiraling very fucking quickly. And unfortunately, the only way to know is to try it. Talk to your neurologist. They will put you onto something else. Another one here says 25-year-old female here, very similar situation. I am 10 months on meds and Kepra made me rage everyone. So I got made me rage everyone. So I got off after a month. I also couldn't get in with a neuro for 3 months. So bugged I bugged the on-call neuro at my local hospital that put me on Kepra. Uh, called no less than 15 times before I got a response and forced them to change my meds. I changed after talking to that neuro. Basically, yeah, ask that doctor, can you change meds? Uh, but also give it a chance. Got to give it time to settle in. Mark, did you take Kepra?
No. I have a very, very strong history of mental health issues and suicidality, um, pre-existing any sort of anything, to the point where, yeah, that black box warning label, they're like, we're not even going to try. It will cause problems. They were initially choosing medications, um, basically only trying me on the medications that don't have major mood changes as a noted side effect, which really significantly like limits a lot. They started me on Lamictal, and that was fine, I guess. I wasn't on it long, but I was having skin reaction, sun sensitivity. Um,
Mm.
what was it? I don't know. Um, Vimpat, I think there was a couple others, but yeah, they kind of ran out of anti-epilepsy drugs that don't have um, mood warnings after this. I think Xcopri is going to be the last one. Um, but um, I don't know. I'm hopeful about Xcopri. I'm kind of looking forward to it. I like the idea. But it's I don't know. There's something. So this is just a side and just a rant, but it's right now ongoing for the next 2 hours and possibly will determine the whole weekend. My pharmacy is delivering the Montpoli XR, which is basically just extended release Vimpat, glucosamide. Um, I do not have my dose for tonight. And I called the pharmacy and they said, yes, it's out. Might be as late as, the driver's out if you're on his route. He works until 9:30 p.m. What? That's bizarrely late for a pharmacy delivery driver. Um, I don't know if I trust that they will actually deliver it at all. Definitely hasn't been in a timely fashion. It should have been delivered 2 days ago. They don't do a good job of letting us know when they're going to be on the way en route. So they're saying basically they left me. Last I spoke with them before they closed, it was 4:30. So, or four, it was almost 3 hours ago at this point. So the delivery guy works for another 2.5 hours. He still isn't here. I still don't have my meds. So what if he doesn't show up?
Um,
I mean, it's extended release Vimpat, and I
do
have
you
a
don't have
bunch of.
any more?
I don't have any of it of the Mott Poly. I have a bunch of Vimpat, and I was actually supposed to start transitioning off of the glucosamide onto or off of the Mott Poly onto the Xcopri, do a cross taper so that so that the Xcopri would be the primary med and the glucosamide would be kind of an adjunct with it. So I'm supposed to start getting off of those Montpoli anyway. But so I am tense and I am getting angry. And I don't know. I don't want to take that out on you guys, but I don't know. Just to let you know, this is the ongoing saga, and I have no idea what is going to happen to me this weekend. Yeah, usually when they say, "Oh, don't worry, you'll be delivered tomorrow," when they're like, "What delivery driver? What pharmacy operates until 9:30 at night?" I mean, not a delivery driver, not a delivery service. Their normal operating hours are, 9 to 5.
Mm.
And they take an hour and a half long lunch break even at the pharmacy itself. I
Is
don't
the
know.
pharmacy closed?
Yeah, yeah. They've been closed for hours. They don't have a care in the world.
I can't believe you didn't get it yet. I mean, you asked about that. It was hours ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Geez.
And I asked them yesterday. I told them I'm running out today. I haven't had it. I thought it should have been delivered 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I should be left with a 2 day supply before they refill, right? They refill a 30-day supply after 28 days for controlled substances because of the Controlled Substance Act. And they can't do it early. And I get that. But I should have had it refilled early before I completely ran out. So it should have been here days ago. Um, I don't know. I'm just no. Thanks for
They'll come.
listening.
We'll be here. They'll come.
Frustrating.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I know what you mean. Uh,
My money is on no show.
what
I don't
time is
like
your
this.
next dose?
9:30.
Oh shit,
Yeah, it's my
it's coming up.
nighttime medication. Yeah, and it's the primary medication, right? The biggest anti-epilepsy drug. Um, the Lyrica is just a little add-on, and the Xcopri is well below therapeutic. 50 milligrams right now. I think tonight I'm supposed to go up to 100. So I'm stepping up the Xcopri tonight. So that's going to be a change overnight, at least. I'll have a bigger dose of that. And then tomorrow I'm supposed to start splitting the glucosamide, my old Vimpat tablets. So take only 100 milligrams of the instant release, like the normal Vimpat in the morning, and then cut the Montpoli in the evening. I don't know. I don't know why I even need to be on the extended release lacosamide anymore since I've still had seizures after going on it. I had seizures on or off the extended release lacosamide, and my clusters tended to come right early in the morning. Um, in the few hours just before one would expect the morning medications dose level to be correct. Um, and then, um, I don't know what I was saying. So, yeah, clusters came in the morning. So they thought, oh, well, maybe there's peaks and valleys taking it in the morning and then at night, like the dose is not staying level. So they gave me an extended release that hopefully would keep the glucosamide level. so I still had the focals even with the extended release. So the lacosamide, whether it's extended release or not, does not seem to be effective in treating my seizures. So why bother staying on the extended release if I'm going to be, yeah. And now if I'm tapering off of the extended release lacosamide and taking half of instant release lacosamide in the morning, why bother with the extended release at all? Why not just take the instant release at both times? I don't know. And I can't talk to the neurologist's office to run that idea past them now because it's too late. They've closed. But I kind of want to just switch back to the instant release, not even bother with this Montpoli refill because it's going to be 200 milligram capsules of Montpoli. So one of those in the evening versus one 200 milligram instant release in the evening, and half of one of those instant release in the morning instead of the extended release, and then half of the instant release. I'd be getting the same amount of the same medication in the same day. It just one would not be instant or one would not be extended release. If the peaks and valleys, troughs of the dosage and the metabolism over the course of a day is not a problem that is causing seizures here, then yeah, and especially if the exculpatory is going to be stepped up to a dose that is actually large enough to be therapeutic enough to start the cross taper and actually start reducing the lacosamide, why not, right? So I don't know. It's bad advice to anybody who's watching and listening if they but I am thinking I might just switch back, not even use any of this Montpoli that they're going to be delivering, switch away from the extended release all the way to the instant release over the weekend, and then tell the neurologist in the morning that I'm done with the extended release and I'm just going to take the 200 milligram instant release in the evening, half of that in the morning instead of 200 milligram extended release in the evening, and half of an instant release in the morning.
Is there a reason he wanted you that way? The way it's set up now?
The way I'm at right now, I'm getting 400 milligrams of lacosamide daily, and it's in 200 milligram capsules.
Yeah.
So, the taper off of the lacosamide is going to be 100 milligrams at a time in 2 steps. So, she's saying to stop one of those 200 milligram extended release capsules and then split the because I have left over from my previous, like on the instant release. So I could use that to take in the morning to get it up from 200, because dropping by to 50% of the dosage in a single step is a rather large drop without
Yes.
doing something else to compensate. So that's why a little instead, because otherwise I would need to get 200 milligram capsules and 100 milligram capsules of the Montpoli for what would be only a 2-week taper period. So for that hassle, she just said, We'll just, use the instant release
Mhm.
to make up the difference and get from the 200. So, I don't know.
All right. I
We
got
always
something
tell
here.
everybody, always follow, don't change your medications without talking to your doctor first. Don't,
Right.
don't do what I'm talking about doing right now. I hate the fact that I'm doing it, but I'm stuck in a corner. And yeah, 2 hours left if the Mont Poli actually shows up today. Less than 2 hours. I don't know. I guess he doesn't just stop right at 9:30, right, to finish out the deliveries for the day, I would think. I would assume. I don't know. I would have assumed a delivery driver for a pharmacy would not be working past normal business hours. Silly me.
I got something here. It says cognitive rehab for epilepsy. Does anyone have any experience with cognitive rehab or want better cognitive rehab? I have basically designed my own program because I wanted to be able to speak 5 languages fluently again like before. And
Wow.
the doctors were like, well, you can remember your name most days, so that's good. Any suggestions? Um,
What did they, how did they term
You
it?
know,
Cognitive what?
cognitive rehab. Does anyone have any experience with that or want better? Since I basically designed my own program because I wanted to be able to speak 5 languages fluently again, like before. And the doctors were like, well, you can remember your name most days, so that's good. Any suggestions?
cognitive rehab or cognitive therapy.
Yeah, it says rehab.
Yeah, individualized treatment program designed to restore or improve thinking, memory, reasoning, and other intellectual skills affected by brain injury, stroke, or illness, using targeted exercises and practical coping strategies to help people return to daily life and live more independently.
And what does it say about cognitive therapy?
Cognitive therapy is um, behavioral therapy.
No, cognitive.
Cognitive therapy, period. I
They
don't know.
must,
I know
they
cognitive
must,
behavioral therapy is what um, cognitive
maybe
therapy,
that's what they're
short-term,
talking about, and I'm just
goal-focused type
misunderstanding.
of talk therapy that helps people find and change unhelpful thought patterns. Interesting. I did not know that was a thing. I thought that it was behavioral therapy, but it is also behavioral therapy, but cognitive behavioral therapy is its own entirely different thing. So, taught me something new today,
Hmm.
uh, based
Right.
on the idea that, so work with a trained helper to talk about hard times. You spot fast automatic thoughts that pop into your head. You test if those thoughts are true or false. You swap bad thoughts for balanced ones. You practice new habits during sessions and at home. What it treats: sadness and deep worry, panic and fear, eating issues, drug or alcohol habits, stress from life changes or sickness. Um, hmm, Interesting. I don't know how it compare. I would need to go and do some research into what exactly it is or it consists of. Um, Behavioral modification techniques and cognitive therapy techniques became joined, giving rise to a common concept of cognitive behavioral therapy. So that's why it sounded similar, and that's why, yeah. So it is. They are kind of. It's like a subset of the whole overall cognitive therapy is a behavioral aspect of that kind of, there's a Venn diagram overlap. The behavioral modification, the treatment approach to uh, that uses respondent and operant conditioning to change behavior based on methodological behaviorism. Overt behavior is modified with antecedent stimulus, control, and consequence. This is not as helpful as I thought it would be. But
I know I'm signed up for some type of cognitive something, uh, starting I think next month.
oh, you'll have to
So
let us
Nice.
know what it consists of. I'm kind of
yeah,
interested.
I'll have to ask Liz next time I talk to her.
Mm. To the comments here about cognitive rehab. One says, I do a lot of neurofeedback for seizure disorders, and I find it usually helps a great deal with executive function and the brain fog that seizure disorders can be driving. Also impacts seizures, raising threshold, which is nice. One last comment says it does very much depend on where you're starting from. My first building block was just long walks along long walks with audiobooks, playing chess in an app a couple times a day. I believe my cognitive functions are pretty much there, luckily. Mm,
My cognitive functions have packed up and left.
picked up and left. I haven't heard that one yet. Uh, got something here that says, I want to give up. I haven't been more than a week seizure free in months. I was
Mm.
supposed to get the whole morning to work while my partner takes the kid out, but my brain decided to F up instead. I'm done. I can hardly function. I have so little independence. I'm so tired. Just could use some guidance. Don't give up. Uh,
Come here.
yeah, come here. Mainly, don't give up. There's better ways to better your life. And I understand how frustrating this can be. And if you are watching out there, press that thumbs up button. Uh,
And
shout
don't
out
give
to
up.
Nate. And don't give up. Shout out to Nature Mate. Uh, to the comments here, there's quite a few.
Just one thing, Pookie, before we go. This changed my life. So if you're at that point, come here and let it change yours too.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Um, one comment here says, I'm so sorry, friend. I'm right where you are. So easy to be depressed in our situation. Another one says, after things come to mind, triggers, upping your dose, and I think you should change your doc. But first, Find out your triggers. Another comment here says, "What's your story? Stimulators, CBD, meds you tried, etc." It's definitely a challenge, but that's what this community is for. Supposed to be for. Yeah, don't give up. Like Jeff said, come here. Diet. I don't know if diet changes mean anything to you guys, but there's a post here and it says, what are some dietary changes or diets that you guys have tried doing besides keto that have helped you significantly with your seizures and auras? I've been diagnosed with epileptic for 8 months now, tonic-clonic grand mal seizures. I had my last seizure last week. As crazy as it may sound, it's my goal to never have another seizure again. That's the ultimate goal. What are your thoughts on cutting out foods that contain MSGs, soy sauce, cheese, and cured meats? Could use any bit of advice, and thank you. Prayer hands emoji. Um, I'm not sure if my diet has anything to do with mine. Because regardless of what I eat, they're every 3 months. Um,
Shout out to Nature's man.
right. Eat some nature made gummies and drink a lot of water. Stay hydrated. There is one person down here in the comments that says, I want to know this as well. I need to change my diet and change what I do to get some results. Thanks for posting this. Mark, is there anything you think your diet could change?
There's a lot, but I don't think it would change much of anything about my epilepsy. Um, I don't know. Not much thoughts on this.
Mm. Got something here that says husband doesn't see his mood issues on Kepra. Looking for advice. My husband has suffered a severe TBI after an assault in 2023. He was in a coma for a week and wasn't expected to survive. But after 5 months of intensive rehab, his recovery has been incredible. He's walking, driving, back at work, and functioning far beyond what we were told to expect. Early in his recovery, he was on 1,500 milligrams of Keppra despite never having a confirmed seizure. And then he had what was initially thought to be a seizure. So the Keppra was increased to 3,000 milligrams a day. Weeks later, doctors determined it had actually been a stroke caused by a blood clot, but they never lowered his Keppra. Almost immediately after the increase, I saw a huge change in his personality. He became angry, emotionally flat, fixated on minor things, and lost so much of his empathy. Over the next 9 months, because he still hadn't had any seizures, he was slowly weaned off of Keppra. As the dose increased, as the dose decreased, he became himself again. I finally felt like the light came back into his eyes. Then, when I was 6 months pregnant and he was down to 250 milligrams a day, he had his first grand mal seizure. Has several more over the next 7 months, and each time his Keppra was increased. He's now back to 3,000 milligrams a day. I asked his neurologist about adding a second medication instead of continuing to increase Keppra because of the mood changes that I'd seen. We decided to add a second medication rather than switch to Briviac at that time, and he's also taking B6, thankfully. He's now been seizure free for 6 months and is going back to driving again. The problem is that He's back to the same person I saw previously on 3,000 milligrams. He's irritable, self focused, emotionally disconnected, and doesn't seem to recognize any of it. I've tried talking to him in every way I can, but he doesn't think there's a problem. After finally getting his seizures under control, he understandably afraid to change the medication. I know these changes can absolutely be from this TBI, but because his personality has improved so dramatically when his Keppra dose was lowered before the seizure started, I can't help but think the medication is playing a major role. I can't force him to switch medications or go into therapy, and I don't want to. The only thing I can think to do is schedule an appointment with both of us and his neurologist so we can discuss switching to Briviac and what it would actually look like. At the very least, I like to see his doctor and understand how severe the mood changes can have from my perspective. Has anyone else experienced anything similar, either personally or with a loved one? Did anyone not realize how much Keppra was affecting their mood until they switched and lowered their dose? I feel really stuck, overwhelmed, and honestly, I just need to talk and someone to talk to. Although that was a lot, I do remember a good percentage of it. I mean, amount of it. Uh, yeah, if he's back to the angry him, and you can tell because you were there for both periods of that. It's good that he's doing good. He's not having seizures, but he might have to either go to some type of therapy. You don't want to change the meds, but hey, give it some time. Well, actually, it's been 6 months, she said. You got to talk to him. And she keeps saying she is, but thoughts on that, Mark?
I mean, I haven't had Keppra. Um, you don't typically see the mood shifts or anger from the inside. It's just
Yeah.
there, you know. Um, so yeah, he needs to be made aware that it's a change and it is affecting,
Family. Well,
I mean,
is
family, but it's not going to be just family either. I
yeah.
mean, it will be out in the wild, public and stuff. It's this change will apply, you know, out and moving forward. It could, you know, um, impact employment at some point. I mean, it's not something to just ignore, and impacting her clearly. Um, she shouldn't have to just suck it up and put up with it and take it all. Um,
Yeah.
like that's not fair to her. Um, and
Mm.
it's I don't know.
I haven't experienced
It's
anything
unfair.
similar.
It's unfair to him too, to not give him the opportunity to put in the effort and knowingly work towards it, right? If he um if it's explained in a way that he actually gets and understands, um then yeah, I don't know. Jeff?
Yeah, I've experienced this, so I kind of have a different outlook on it.
Mm.
Uh, when I was taking Keppra, my entire personality changed. I was bitter, angry, hostile at everything and everybody. But no matter what happened, I was ready to kill people.
Hmm.
I mean, just over the way they parked, I was furious, and something had to be done. And if I didn't stop, who knows where I'd be now. It was just torture. Now, maybe eventually it would have gotten better. I can't say, but what I can is that it was just terrible the whole time I was taking it. It was somewhere around 6 months. I don't remember exactly, but from the day it started, it was just terrible. And, I was really happy at that time because it was just after I had moved out west and was feeling much better physically. So it really was hard.
Hmm.
And I did see it from the inside. It's maybe that's unusual, but it was really easy for me to see how
Hmm.
angry I was all of a sudden at everybody. And that's not who I am.
Hmm.
Um, Similar experiences. I think somebody just told me I wasn't. You was cool. I made bad decisions a lot more. Uh, was having seizures all the time and just not paying attention to the seizures, not taking the medications. There was one period in time I was just going with the flow. And yeah, one of the comments here says I was on Kepper for a couple months. It gave me incredible rage and kicked my front door. Huh. I kicked my front door in because it wasn't opening fast enough. I am now on Vimpat, which is amazing with no side effects. That isn't funny, but it does a little funny. Kicked in the front door. I couldn't imagine
Did they?
the word.
What did they? Why? What did they say?
It said it gave me incredible rage. Like I kicked in the front door because it wasn't opened fast enough.
Oh, okay. Think my computer laggy cut out. I didn't hear that because it wouldn't open fast enough. That's that's not a reason to kick your door in.
If
There
you're on
are
Kepra, it
reasons.
is.
There are very limited number of reasons to kick a door in, and not opening quickly enough is definitely not one of them.
Unless you're on Kepra.
That's still not a good
It's not
reason.
right,
It's
but
just that it'll happen, maybe, but not
somebody's
good.
gonna be like
It
that
doesn't have,
roaring
it's not a
up.
good reason,
Yeah,
but it could, I could see it happening.
yeah.
I could have seen myself if I couldn't get my door open, breaking one of the glass little windows on the side to get to the door handle to unlock it.
What if it was a sliding door?
I would have broken the whole thing.
Kick it down.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
Yeah.
uh,
that's how angry I was.
Mm,
I mean, and it was all the time.
no.
um, so yeah, I have not been on Kepra in how many years? At least 10. And it did not have me kicking indoors, but I made a lot of bad decisions. Uh, Very impulsive decisions, like make a decision now. Then Most likely wasn't going to be the good one. But like I said, once I got on the Motrgy and I actually start taking the medication, then we've been doing all right. Doing better, way better. Who would have ever thought? All you got to do is take the meds.
The right meds.
Yeah, on time. Uh, all that. Got something right here though, and it says, "Wait, Jeff, did we give you the icebreaker?"
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
my answer was love.
Post seizure depression. Long time listener, first time caller here. In short, I had a cluster of focal seizures this weekend, likely caused by a missed dose, and I now experiencing a kind of depression I've never felt in my life. I've been diagnosed with BPD, uh, dysthymia, okay, generalized anxiety, and PPMD. But this, I can't explain how deeply drained, unmotivated, and so unbelievably sad I am. So sad. I'm reading this isn't uncommon, particularly after clusters or long episodes. Has anyone experienced this before? Anything I can do for relief? Maybe even a diet that would help? Diet? Uh some ice cream would be good after a seizure. Uh oh, I have ice cream. Cookies. I have cookie dough ice cream now that I think about it. Um yeah, I DoorDashed some stuff last night and got a bunch of snacks. And yeah. Anyhow, one of the comments here says, I just went through four freaking seizures on Friday out of nowhere. And the post seizure fog is absolutely hell right now. My emotions are everywhere, and I have no balance or motivation, sending all positive thoughts and vibes your way as you heal. I didn't have the exactly post seizure depression. Um, when I came to, I was already in a bed sleeping. Uh, so I just went back to sleep. Um, yeah. Do you have post seizure depression, Mark?
No, not really. I don't know. I wouldn't call it post seizure. I've had mental health issues my entire life, so tying any of it to seizures is really not reasonable in my case. Um,
Okay.
mm, Nothing that I've found that really is particularly helpful. Um, I mean, well, religion has been more helpful than anything in terms of mental health. Um, but that's a touchy subject. So,
Okay, we can move to the comments here. For me, I don't really get the depression. I get a long thought process, sitting there thinking, "Damn, this happened again." Most of the time, I'm expecting it. Uh, yeah, my shoulder hurts, but I'm not too depressed. But to the comments here, one says, "I get this, and it is documented. Mine doesn't stay. This will pass as your brain resettles. Sorry for the cluster and hugs." Another one says, "Full spectrum CBD gummies is what I did this morning. Then I slept till noon for my brain to relax and heal." Another one says depression, PTSD, and life-ending thoughts can be common after a SZ, um, especially if you have been SZ free for a while. You're having to start over and relearn things everyday life. Talking about how you feel, exercise, and time will help you get back the confidence you love. After my seizure, I laid there and tried to go back to sleep, but then I tried to put the pieces together in my head what the seizure might have been like. But I can't remember much. I think my mom told me I got up off of the couch and I went in the kitchen. I didn't have any pain. I didn't bite my tongue or anything. Just my shoulder. My shoulder and my neck were tight, which was expected. Uh, yeah, otherwise that, I said that was a good one. Got something here that says, anyone else here experience high energy on Briviac? Have you tried Briviac, Mark?
That was the one that sent me into clusters, and I never got off the taper. So no, not really.
Okay. Well, we can't do that one. Uh, Jamis Vu, ever experienced that? I have not.
Jamais vu.
Jamais vu. Never experienced it myself. I got something here that says morning nausea. About every
Familiar
morning,
place,
I
person,
wake up.
such and such. Yeah, jamais vu. I get confused or get mixed up. Jamais vu, deja vu, deja rêve, or rêve, deja rêve. So I
Deja
just had to
reveille.
look it up. I had to look it up. And yeah, familiar place, seeing
Okay.
unreal, strange or new. No, I haven't had that one. I've had like dream relation association feelings and recall, but not um, like being somewhere familiar and perceiving it as strange. So,
Okay. Uh, got something here that says, there's a lot about
What is
Kepler
that
here.
called? Sorry, Pookie. What is that called when you are somewhere familiar and it seems strange?
Jamais vu, I
That's
believe.
oh,
Not 100% sure because there's
jamais,
deja reveille and deja vu.
yeah,
Mark knows better
jamais
than me.
vu is a psychological phenomenon where a familiar place, person, word, or situation suddenly feels completely strange, unreal, or new, acting as the exact opposite of deja vu, basically.
Okay.
yeah, I have that.
I got something here that says morning nausea. Almost every morning I wake up incredibly nauseated and dry heave. Not sure if it's the medication related, Lamictal or Briviac, or nocturnal seizures. Anyone else know? Uh, only time I've got nauseous, I was actually asleep, and it wasn't in my sleep. I mean, wasn't like awake like this, getting nauseated. I just woke up and threw up and had to change the blankets. You guys get nausea overnight or almost every morning? It says.
Um,
Uh, Go ahead,
go
Joe.
ahead. Uh, I don't get it in the morning, but I get uh, these this medicine I'm taking gives me nausea.
Okay, sorry to hear that. Um, I got something here that says epilepsy resources. I was on the epilepsy website, and one of the tips was, in quote, don't sleep during the day. Is this website written by epileptics? The very first thing I do after a seizure is sleep. I find the information on the website helpful, but on a really basic level. And for example, most people with seizures don't know VNS is an option. Where do you guys get the best info from? Uh,
Here,
Here, because then I got
Okay.
someone to tell me about the stuff and I don't have to read it. And by the time I read it, I'm like, I heard that before because of here. It's where all my resources come from. Um, got something here that says, how can I safely plan a rave at my brother's house? My brother-in-law really wants to go to a Shrek rave with my sister, and at the end of this month, saying, in quote, I'll risk it. We don't want him to miss out, but also screw risking it like that. I was wondering what I can do that is safe to create our own rave at home. I've got glow sticks, fairy lights, and possibly some lava lamps in mind to set around the house. But if anyone has any other ideas or warnings, I'm all ears. A
Right
rave at home?
home at rave at
It's
home.
gonna be difficult.
I'm not sure what they're like. Do they want to do MDMA dance at home or something? Like, isn't that basically the whole point of a rave? You go and some DJ up front is playing some
I mean, if you
EDM.
want to, then you
It's a big
can, but you don't have
light
to.
show, and the whole point is rolling
Yeah,
and dancing.
hilarious. People are dressed like whatever, dressed in less. And
Wow.
yeah, how would you plan a rave at home? Uh,
How many people?
I don't know. I
I don't
guess it's
know.
the family.
Lighting is a big thing. Um, but
Who's bringing the drugs?
seizure safe lighting is something, the light shows at raves are kind of a big part of it. And recreating that at home is either expensive or unsafe. So I I don't know. I like um kind of ambient lighting. So every home I've had for the past like 15 to 20 years, I've lined the ceiling roof edge with like um
Rave every
LED
day.
LED lighting, RGB pixel LED lighting that I can control the color and everything. And light bulbs, you can change out the light bulbs for colored light bulbs. You'll need a lot of black lights, black light bulbs. You can, any like normal light switch, you can swap out for um, LED light bulb equivalents that are really strong. Um, and so a few of those, set them up around where you would like look for um, some um, UV reactive, like fluorescent black light uh, tapestries on Amazon. Do a little quick search, and there's like loads of those. So you can um, for a couple bucks you can get some really pretty large little tapestries that you can just put a couple little push pins and stick it up on the wall. Stick a few of those up around on the different walls with some strong black lights. And yeah, oh, some of the light bulb controls, like smart home device controls for the color changing party lights, do have a music sync feature that will change lighting aspects in something in response to whatever music is being played. And if you've got it connected through like Google Home or Amazon Alexa or whatever. So combine those with, if you can find maybe a cheapo little fog machine. It's like some little bit of like stage fog and stuff. Not the whole like cloud up the whole room, but you want the atmosphere to have some atmosphere to it, right? So combine those elements with some high energy music, and the glow sticks, obviously, and then you just dress in the most ridiculous outfit that you can assemble, and you've got an at-home rave. Close enough, you think?
Yeah.
Sounds like a good time.
Bunch of random folks.
Yeah.
Can you guys
I
see
mean,
my peanut butter RSO?
A
no.
little more to the left.
We see your finger.
Oh,
Oh, wait. I don't know where it is.
I can't tell from here. Let me
I
see.
can't. I don't know. I'll take your
Anyway,
word for it.
here it goes.
Ah,
No, that's good.
nice.
Man, I don't have any.
I should have done with you. I got some.
I don't.
I got some peach tree. Yeah. Well, good. This might
Um,
be small enough that I could. Oh, whoa! That's too
There
much
you
for
go.
one dose. That's too
Yeah,
much
mm,
for one.
a little much.
Ah.
to the comments here about safely planning a rave. Honestly, I let him do it, and if he wants to do it, he can do it. Take those precautions necessary, but don't not do it because you have epilepsy. You can do anything you want with the right precautions, is what I always say.
Except
So,
drive.
except drive. Well, with the right precautions, you possibly could.
I mean,
Uh,
on roadways or with other fellow traffic, no.
okay. Yeah. All
Uh,
that. Yeah, I understand that
uh,
one. Um, to the comments, one says, sounds like a boring rave. Another comment here says, I'm going to be real. If he wants to risk it, it's up to him. It isn't fair to be limited because he's disabled. Bring up the idea of an alternate party, but you need to let him decide. I have been diagnosed for over half of my life, and infantilized because of my disability is incredibly dehumanizing. And I'm certain he would feel the same way as me. And another one here says, I'm going to be honest, I personally hate it if someone did this for me, even though it's super wholesome and thoughtful. I just feel belittled and babied, which I do hate. So my honest opinion is let him, end quote, risk it. If it's something he feels like he wants to do so badly, he should be allowed and not decided by you. Small side note as well, as long as flashing lights and such isn't a real trigger, he knows and has reacted to before, the chances of something happening is not alarming because photosensitivity, epilepsy, as it's called, is relatively rare. Only about 3 to 5% of people with epilepsy actually reacts to the flashing lights. Um, then another one here says photosensitivity is only 13% of epileptics. These people don't have their numbers right. Someone says 3 to 5 and someone says 13. I think it's like 3%. Can't remember 100% sure, but
What?
one person on here says photosensitive epilepsy is 3 to 5%, and one person says it's 13%.
No, not 13.
I know.
Yeah,
They don't know.
yeah. We gotta teach them.
That's what we are here for, or at least trying to be. Um, yeah. Anyhow, I got something here that says moving back in with my parents, I could use some advice. So after my last TC Friday, I saw a neurologist and he put me on 2,000 milligrams of Keppra. He is not convinced it will work, but we are going to try it. The issue is most likely I had another one last night and the last 2 nights. Not entirely sure my cheek was shredded and my muscles were sore, but I didn't wet myself. Some bruising, but I don't. I'm sorry, you guys. There's no periods or commas here. I got to figure out for myself where the beginning of
Yeah.
sentences are. Uh, some bruising, but I don't know if it's related. My current contract is ending, and we are getting to a point where I wonder if I should just take my parents' offer and move into my mother-in-law suite they are building, but it's a good size studio apartment and it's separate from the main house, so I would have I would have space. I am just wondering if moving back home, I currently live abroad, is jumping the gun a bit. I know the doc is concerned with how things are getting worse. He wants me to do a third MRI, but I guess I'm having some imposter syndrome and I don't think that it's bad. Only one confirmed TC this time around. Like, I feel like the neurologist is seeing more issues than me, and my parents are agreeing with them. I also feel a bit like a failure, but that's just the anxiety and depression talking. Thanks for the advice. My parents are amazing, and we get along really good, so I'm not concerned with that. They aren't even saying I can get a pet. Oh, they are even saying I can get a pet. Advice on moving back in with the parents. Um,
Do it
that's cool.
if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like your parents have a setup that will um even allow like a degree of independence and privacy, but you'll still be close by in case of emergency, medical emergency. Having somebody like right there close by, built in, to help with transportation and things like that is incredibly convenient. And they've got a good family or good relationship with their family, they've said. So, um, I mean, you'll be saving money, you'll
Doesn't have to be the
safer,
parents.
you'll be, you can still get a pet, right? I mean, in my case,
Yeah.
my parents are like, you can come live with us. You better bring Kitty. But yeah, I recognize not all families are, or not everybody is as cat friendly. But Yeah. Kitty. Wow. Kitty's zooming.
Um,
It's dinner time. The cats want my
mm,
attention.
Even if you can, even if you have the kind of family uh, that will happily take care of you and be there for you, it's a great situation.
Yeah.
You should take advantage of it.
Yeah.
yeah,
A lot of us never had that opportunity. A lot of us wouldn't have taken that opportunity.
Yeah.
Uh, but if you can take the opportunity and you want to, and you don't, it's not going to affect you that much, you should definitely do it. Living with somebody is much, much safer than living alone. Take it from someone
yeah,
who's done both.
yeah. Man, I would love to be living alone. It'd be amazing. Uh, yeah. Anyhow, to the comments here, one says, as a mother speaking, please move in with your family. You always have the option to move, right? Another comment here says, you should take the offer. You'd have your parents help and space of your own. It doesn't sound like your seizures are getting worse, and living with your folks would be the safe way to explore more treatments. I'm just sorry you're going through this. Mm. And one more comment says, not sure if I can give you any useful advice. After 3 years living alone with my doggy, I had to move back in with my parents. We get along well, but I can't remove the burden feeling. Hope the seizures get back to something stable way, and I can leave again.
There you go.
Ooh, looks good.
Nom, nom,
Um,
nom, nom, nom.
Yeah.
Mm.
Until that kicks in, I'm going to do this.
mm, okay. How to? We can't do that. How hot is it where you guys are at? Because it's 102 right now here.
I don't know. It was in the 80s.
It's 83.
Okay. Um, Mark, do you have ADHD?
Yes, very much so.
Oh, you can help me with
77
this
here.
one.
Mm.
Okay. Got something for you, Mark. It says ADHD and epilepsy. I basically have undiagnosed ADHD. I used to see a therapist for a while and we did a test and I was told I had ADHD, but I had to do further testing to get the diagnosis for the drugs. At the time, I just thought, nah, I don't want to take any more pills, and it's probably just my epilepsy making it worse. Please, how do you get the motivation? I have so much to do, and it's so easy. So why don't I want to do it? It's the worst I've ever been in my life, and I'm so sick of it.
Mm. Yeah. It's tough. It's really tough because the best meds, the most effective medications for handling and treating are the stimulants, you know, Adderall, Vyvanse, Concerta. Um, they're all amphetamines or methamphetamine. Literally,
Mm,
you can be prescribed methamphetamine by the doctor. Forgetting the trade name for it. It's interesting though.
I didn't know that. Um,
They don't
not
prescribe it very often because of the name, or because of the association and everything. Um, Desoxin. But
That's
yeah,
not crystal meth, is it?
crystal meth just means that it is pure enough that in the whole process it is grown and crystallized.
Okay.
That's just a term for it, you know. Like uh crack. Cocaine is just a term
The base form.
for yeah,
Gotcha.
freebase cocaine. So, you know, crystal meth is just meth. Clean meth, you know, clean enough that it is crystallizing in its final stages. But you know. So yes, presumably pharmaceutical companies would be manufacturing their products clean enough that they would be, you know, crystallizing without impurities and everything. But yeah, um, there is um, there is at least one ADHD medication that I know that is not a stimulant. It's called Strattera. I was on it a long time ago before I was diagnosed with epilepsy, and I was given it as an uh, add-on with Concerta that I was taking at the time. And so um, I don't know which was doing more work, but I know that Adderall alone afterwards, a few years later, Adderall alone was very effective. And up to the point where I was diagnosed, and that's when I had to, you know, stop, period, no more. And that's when, you know, I don't know, that's when the disabling aspect of ADHD became a lot more obvious. Before that, it's just kind of like, you just don't pay attention, you know. Um, So now would be maybe a good time to ask about Strattera and see if that's an option for them. You know, they said they don't want to be on more medication, you know, more and more drugs and whole cocktail for the rest of their life, you know, or whatever it is that they said. But I mean, if we're going to be honest now, as an epilepsy patient, you're pretty much guaranteed to be on a cocktail of drugs for the rest of your life. It's just, you know, if you really don't want to be on that, then that's kind of, you're gonna be like either leaving your treatment or leaving your condition untreated, or you're gonna be, um, um, well, I don't know.
Okay.
Man, that derailed abruptly.
I'll go to a couple of these comments.
Um, ask the doctor about Strattera, I guess, would be the one option. And low doses of Adderall may be helpful and might be um, tolerable in conjunction with the anti-epilepsy medications. It is a juggling act. Um, you can't let the neurologist say that they have a monopoly on your disability if you also have ADHD, and that is disabling, you know. If you're not having seizures, but you're so um, dysfunctional that you can't hold down a job that can support yourself, um, which is more disabling at that point. So, um, yeah, that's a conversation to have. with your providers. That's not something we can tell you. As with
Right.
everything that you hear here, right?
These are just firsthand experiences, and don't take my advice for it.
Wow.
Just,
Kitty.
yeah. You can
Yes.
learn from my experience, or you can
Well,
not.
We
But I
also
got a couple.
share illegal experiences that we make up.
Yeah. I got something. So the comments here, one says get a proper diagnosis and some guidance from a medical specialist. Another one says get diagnosed. I have the holy trinity, ADHD, epilepsy, and autism. I'm only on the start of my treatment with Ritalin. Did I say that right?
with what?
Ritalin.
Ritalin. Yeah.
Okay. I'm only on the start of my treatment with Ritalin. I didn't get the miraculous quiet feeling others report, but it lets me force myself to do what I feel like I should do. I
Yeah.
still have to force myself, but there's a lot less resistance in my head and body.
Yeah.
Still waiting to go to the full dose, and I'm sure it will only get better. I burnt out completely and can't hold down a job more than 3 months. ADHD is real.
God damn it.
ADHD is a real disability, not just a quirky, unfocused, lazy disease. Yeah, get that checked out. Um, when were you diagnosed with ADHD?
Age 15 or 17, 16, 16, 17 with Asperger's.
Okay, I got something here.
Kitty just
It's,
decided to dump over my water thing all over the table.
oh, that
Yes.
sucks.
Yeah. Little snot.
I got something while you're cleaning. It says vacations. I was diagnosed with epilepsy on December 26th. It's been about 7 months now, and I believe my medication are beginning to work, but I'm not sure my full dose yet of lamotrigine. But I was wondering if anyone has been able to vacation, including clubbing or at night tours and even hungovers, specific, successfully without wondering if you'll have a seizure or while you're having fun. Just gotta go. Just gotta go for it. If you think
Yeah.
about it, you might have a seizure. Uh, take the right precautions. Like I said, you can do anything you want. Just gotta take the right precautions, except for go to space. And there's a few other things that you can't do. Driving and all. Well, you can have some precautions and figure out how to drive. But yeah,
Drive alone in the carpool lane.
yeah, that
Uh,
you're not gonna do on the freeway. Not
no,
gonna do that.
what else? Murder. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Right.
So what else? Stealing, cheating the IRS, cheating on your taxes. They'll get you. They'll eventually get you.
That's another thing that's changed.
Huh?
That's another thing that's changed since the early days.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Everybody cheated on their taxes.
I guess everything's so electronic. They just like check a computer system and
Yep.
see, oh, no.
I remember people used to be like, you can claim my kids. Nobody ever checked things like that.
Hmm.
I'm not saying I did this, But a person
I
in my
didn't.
position could go out to dinner every night at a different restaurant with uh, your wife and claim it was a customer and
Oh,
not pay for any meal ever.
business expense.
Right. You can go on vacation
It's the
and
price
say you
of
were
doing
visiting a
business.
customer. Yeah.
Yes. Networking, professional networking.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
sure.
I've got this sneaking suspicion that stuff like that still happens.
Oh, it does, but you know,
Uh, yeah.
only by people who make a lot of money, not by the
Mm,
people who are in the
yeah.
position
Yeah,
I
you
was.
gotta be the guy making enough money to get away with it.
Right.
Yeah. The little guy. I don't know why. Well, why do they go after I guess they don't actually
Because they don't
go.
have the lawyers.
Oh, that's it.
They don't
Hmm.
have to spend the, there's no expense in getting those people.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't go for the bottom of the barrel like income level, and they don't go for the top. It's all
Right.
kind of the middle class that's funding everything then, isn't it?
Yeah. Only the people that can't afford to fight them.
Or are just honest enough to own up to everything.
Yeah.
Hmm. So what? Both of them, I guess, at this point. How many?
I got
Yeah,
some comments here.
that's
To the comments here. One
comment.
says, don't mix alcohol, lowers your thresholds for activity. Really messing with meds. You don't want to have activity and not be home near care. Not a smart move. Another one says, at this point, I try and take it easy a bit. Make sure you're getting enough sleep, staying hydrated. Don't go crazy drinking. Drinking and lack of sleep are big triggers for a lot of people. You're pretty new to this, so if you really want to test your limits, it's better to do so close to home. Yeah. Another comment here says, I travel regularly. I plan the trip and adjust my meds slowly weeks weeks before I leave. This is out of trips, several out of the country in different time zones. I don't club or drink heavily. They had to specify heavily because they do drink. And one more comment here says, my advice is to not drink until you're at a full dose and stable. I think my boyfriend went 1 year without alcohol before he started drinking again.
And yeah, that's another thing. You don't know how the medications will change your response to the drinking that you're used to doing um, until you've been on the medication. So there's a lot of them that will significantly amplify the effects of alcohol. Um, so yeah, if you that you picked up on that there, that they do drink, they don't drink heavily, but how do they define heavily? It's probably kind of pretty up there compared to what most people would consider, m moderate, low moderate alcohol consumption. So, if you take a break for a while from drinking, that can lower your alcohol tolerance and stuff. And then adding the medication in will lower the tolerance even more. So if you go back out clubbing that first night, it don't go in planning and immediately drinking like you used to, um, and expecting that everything's going to be back to the same. Start small, start very small. And I don't know. There are there are better things in life than clubbing.
Mhm. Really?
Mm,
I don't do much clubbing.
mm.
Well, I don't do any clubbing. I said much. Mm,
No, clubbing is not much. Yeah.
mm.
Um,
Um,
yeah, it never appealed to me, honestly. It's just like, why do I want to be in a dark room with a bunch of sweaty people just like getting drunk? I don't like close quarters, elbow to elbow kind of.
we'll see you later, Jeff.
Um, like I'll do general admission for concerts for an artist that I really want to see, but um, for no particular reason, just because it's Friday night, going to that same sort of venue with just a DJ up there um, doing music. I'm not really particularly into EDM. It's a little repetitive, rhythmically repetitive. Not It's just not my jam, you know.
I know what you mean.
And yeah, and the whole idea, it's like a whole culture of just yeah, it is. I guess now that I think about it, it is considered a whole subculture, isn't it? Clubbing, the club kids, it's
Mm.
like the goth kids, or in the olden days, there were these different subcultures, the skater kids, the goth kids and stuff.
The jocks.
Jocks, yeah, jocks and cheerleaders, the nerds and everything. So a little bit older and the club kids, right? I feel like the club kids are probably a lot of come from the jocks and cheerleaders crowd and stuff. That's just what strikes me. There's the popular one.
Popular kids. I
Yeah,
think I was fairly popular.
I was
Uh,
popular to pick on.
I think I was more popular just because I made a lot of jokes. Uh, yeah. When you make a lot of jokes, it deflects the other stuff, so you don't have to worry about it. You can ignore it.
Yeah, I
There's no
like
way
that.
you can make me mad because all I'm doing is making jokes. And then
I
a lot
like
of my
that. I like that.
problems,
I use that too a lot. I kind of doesn't always work. I get mad, but I do deflect with humor. So
I
that's
try to not be angry. So got to do what you can
you
do.
seem to do a very good job.
Uh,
If you have been angry, you have kept it contained. I can't recall.
I was gonna say, is that considered angry if it's just in your head and you just try not to let it out? It's still anger, right?
There is anger, yeah, but it's not the same as just, you containing, holding back. Self-restraint is a big um character trait that is lacking in a lot of people in our generation. And I admire your restraint that you show in a lot of cases. It's
Thank you.
mm,
Uh, yeah, but I got something here, and
mm.
it says, "Do you have any experience with shrooms and epilepsy?" I have epilepsy and I want to try shrooms so bad. And I know I can handle my trips. Like, for example, calm myself easily when I feel like having a bad trip. Do you have any experiences with it? And if so, then was it good or bad? Please help and thank you. Uh, it was just, uh, it was like I couldn't stop laughing. That's what it was like. My experience was I couldn't stop laughing and I couldn't stop moving. And I was just going to the music. And it was at some random music that was at a booth we were passing. I just kept telling him, I feel like dancing. I feel like not standing still. So yeah, I went and did that. Uh, I was hungry. Yeah, I was laughing and I was hungry. That's as much as I can remember. It's coming to me slowly. Mark, what's your experience with shrooms?
Shrooms with epilepsy? I've never had any sort of epileptic activity while on any sort of psychedelic, and I have sampled as many as I could get my hands on. Um, so, um, if psychedelics were to be responsible for triggering a seizure in my brain, um, we'd be pretty hard pressed to find that one, or you'd need a
Yeah.
lot. I was pretty um, careful, responsible, but determined and methodical in my research. Um, but yeah, it's psilocybin is a lot more sedating than a lot of people realize. When they haven't had magic mushrooms before,
Yeah,
people,
I just laid in the couch.
yeah, people think,
Couldn't feel the couch
you're
under me.
tripping and see like television movie depictions of people on mushrooms doing all kinds of like crazy adventures and looking at something that turns into a cartoon of itself and I'm just
Yeah, I
that's
heard people
just
saying
not.
character walk right off the page or stuff like that, like looking at magazines and people just walk away. Never ever have I. That's hallucination. That is not a
I've
trick.
There's been some while coming down on it one time on LSD, I was it was the long trail down, right? The come up and then a 4 hours or so, 4 to 5 hours, maybe six at the peak, and then like the long 4 hours of trailing come down and everything. So I was
Mhm.
watching Bob's Burgers, and anytime the characters' eyes, the cartoon
Yeah.
animators, they don't move the whole face or whatever. They just move the pupils of the eyes when they're talking to each other and then they look up at something or whatever. So anytime the character looked in some direction or other, it looked like their pupils just kept moving up over in the direction. So it's like their pupils were flying off the screen every single time. Every character said something and looked at a different character, their pupils, their eyes were just flying off the screen. So maybe
I
that's
need to
where you
be
heard it.
that high.
Maybe that's where you heard it from. Maybe that was me that you heard that from. But I mean, it wasn't like their entire eyes were going entirely off the page. It just was like I knew that their eyes were there. I knew it was just their pupils, but they were just moving in ways that I knew that they were not moving on the screen, and I found that absolutely hilarious, and I just could not stop laughing. It was so good, so healing, therapeutic I mean, like I mentioned, I struggled mental health, heavy, severe depression for most of my life at this point. I was going to say most of my adult life. No, I'd have to say my entire adult life and most of my adolescence even. There've been significant difficulties there. So to have, 2 or 3 hours of just I mean, at the end of this whole experience already, there was already this whole experience that just like I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it was I don't want to say ego death because that has certain connotations, implications. It's a particular term that's used in the psychedelic community, and I don't know or think that is potentially appropriate in this case. But it was, the dose was such that, at the peak, there was like the idea of, I was sitting there and, watching the things, whatever, looking out at the backyard from the patio and like look for a moment, and then after a moment that it's all shifted and changed to the point that it's almost, well, yeah, it's entirely unrecognizable as the backyard anymore. It's just this massive geometry. Um, and I mean, the thoughts at that point were, I don't know. I don't know how to put it, but the sense of self was kind of made irrelevant, right? The me in my brain, the who I am, Mark, enter last name here. That particular entity, those words, that name, that, to think that could, apply to and describe and characterize, you know, this existence that I am currently going through was just absurd to me. Like there wasn't really any sense of like Mark anymore. It was just sitting, and there was geometry, and I was just learning from it. And it sounds weird to say that, like learning what? Learning from, well, it was about myself, about what I had done. As kind of like understanding, realizing in the past, past memories, why I had done things that I had done, why I had acted and done what I had done to people, how that was connected to this and that, and it was just like putting together so many broken and missing puzzle pieces in my mind about me and who am I? Why does it hurt to be this? Um, and um, yeah. So resolving that, wrapping that up with, okay, reassembling the pieces with puzzle pieces that I didn't have before I even started. And in the best, most complete shape that they had ever been in before. To go and then just sit down and watch, comfort cartoon TV show that just something I always love in the background. And yeah, and these eyes, they're looking at each other, they're saying things. I don't even understand really what they're saying at this point. It was going back and forth too quickly for me to care. They were it was I knew it was language. I knew they were talking. I knew that there was meaning behind it, but it was noises. It didn't have any I don't know. So but laughing at the absurdities that all of that was, happening, that all of that was important, that it seemed important. Um it was yeah. Um Oh, wait, no, that was after the psilocybin had worn off, but before the LSD had fully worn off. So, yeah, there was the 3 hours of the psilocybin, and then that came down, and then there were a few hours of LSD, and then the long down on the LSD. So, that was a trip. That's a trip. I don't know what they call it. Was it wizard
I just learned
flipping?
a lot.
Wizard flipping? Jedi flipping? What were the names? Um,
I forgot. I think you were telling me earlier.
yeah. Um,
Uh, can't remember.
yeah.
But
It was there was um list of drug combinations.
oh
There,
yeah, you were telling me the list of drug combinations,
yes.
the mix of, I forgot them, to be honest.
Yeah.
uh
Let me see here. Oh, there's some funny ones here, but where were they? The ones that were important. Um, oh, alcohol with cocaine. They call a snow cone.
what the hell?
Yeah.
Hmm,
Um,
interesting.
yeah, we're in here. Oh, hippie heart attack is cannabis, LSD, and amphetamine.
Hmm,
Um,
hippie heart attack. Okay.
yeah, there
I,
was a few more. Um, but they're not in the order that I wanted them. Um,
so
oh,
back
whoa. Cocaine, heroin, and LSD, they call the Frisco Special. What do you think of that? Um,
I didn't know all this. I'm learning
yeah,
new stuff. At
that's
least I
not
know
what you thought you were
cocaine
signing
and
up for
Coca-Cola or
today.
something. What'd you say?
Huh?
Yeah, all these drugs.
Cocaine, heroin, and LSD.
What is that?
That's the Frisco special.
Frisco special.
Yeah, I guess over the course of the 20th century, San Francisco had been known as a kind of center for um,
Yeah.
all of those. Independently, I don't think that many people combined them all at the same time, but I can't say not any. I wouldn't. I would. mm, Yeah, the amphetamine with the
Yeah, I wouldn't
LSD.
mix any drugs. I never did LSD to
mm,
know what I do or what I wouldn't. But I remember
it-
shrooms. Shrooms was fun. It's like alcohol. It just gives you that open you up.
Ooh, you haven't really done shrooms if that's what you think doing shrooms is.
Oh no.
You were like
Yeah,
microdosing.
no. Yeah. I just mm. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button.
You didn't like lose your ability to speak and recognize and understand human language.
No, I was making sure I didn't. I had an ear pod in my ear. Um, someone talking to me the whole time. Uh,
Well, no,
my
but I mean,
hand was all tingly, so I made sure I can touch someone, get the sense of touch, made sure my senses didn't go away. It was weird. It was um, it was fun.
uh, there was, what were they? There was a few more. Okay, LSD with MDMA is a candy flipping. Um, LSD, MDMA, and psilocybin or psilocybin mushrooms is a Jedi flip. Um, LSD, MDMA, mushrooms, and ketamine is a quantum flip. Uh, LSD with PCP, they call black acid. That sounds. I've never had ketamine. LSD with psilocybin, the God's flesh. That I don't. I've never heard that one. I think somebody just dumped that there. God's flesh, soul bomb, Alice, or a wizard flip. I've heard wizard flip before. Soul bomb sounded weird to me, but wizard flipping. Yeah, I've done the wizard flip. Um,
It's the wizard flipping.
hmm?
What's wizard flipping?
uh, Psilocybin, uh, mushrooms with LSD, and significant enough doses of each of them to um, fully manifest both psychedelics, um, particular and unique qualities and characteristics um, simultaneously. You know, it's hard when you haven't tried both of them. When you hear the descriptions and the language and stuff, it sounds like, okay, well, it sounds like LSD is basically like a mushroom trip that lasts a few hours longer, right? Mushrooms or psychedelic
Yeah.
adventure of about 6 hours, and LSD is about 10, 10, maybe 12
Yeah, the
hours.
mushrooms was about that long.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just couldn't stop laughing. Oh man, everything was funny. I tried to stop it. Doesn't help.
No. Trying to stop it and failing and realizing that you're failing is pretty funny, isn't it? And that just makes
I
it
tried
laugh
to drink
even
some
harder.
water, and I
Yeah.
tried to
And
drink the
spit
water to
take.
stop the laughing. And yeah, it was like I think someone said something to me, and I just everything is that funny to where I don't know what they said, but I couldn't keep the water in. And then they told me drink in the kitchen.
Or go outside. Yeah. Another thing I always found really interesting when doing it, um, I mean, any psychedelic, going from like the transition from one place to another place always was like transformative, you know? Um, when I was with my roommates in their college apartment and would go from the apartment and like step out just outside the front door, that like passing through that threshold felt like stepping into a completely different world. And it was like, whoa, what is this? It was, I don't know. Did you ever notice that? Did you ever feel that way? Like going through a door, going from one room to another felt like, I don't know, changing, stepping through a portal or something, or like
I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, I do got something else here.
okay,
Back to epilepsy. It
haha.
says heat and epilepsy.
Mm.
I hate the summer so much. My anxiety was already bad, but when it's hot, like 5 times worse. I feel tired all the time. I feel dizzy and weird, and for sure it doesn't help my epilepsy at all. I'm going on a holiday soon, and I'm scared that it will be too hot. What do I do? Um, go on the vacation, and then when you're there, you find ways to stay cool. Don't just not go on a vacation. Then you're gonna be angry. You're gonna regret it for sure.
Be careful though, because we've been learning recently that a lot of New York, or New York, a lot of Europe, um, dies from heat related, entirely preventable heat related medical complications every year because they are ill equipped to handle just summertime, climate controlling their buildings. So it's not entirely unreasonable to want to check and be sure, like really check, be firm with complete confidence beforehand that you're not going to have trouble. You're not going to, because that would be a stress. First off, planning the vacation, going in and not, that's stress to begin with, whether it's climate controlled or not. And then getting there, if it isn't, then the heat is definitely going to be a stress on your body. And that'll seizure threshold lower. So yeah, I
Mhm.
wouldn't be as blasé as you had. I would. I would side with the OP and say that's good thinking ahead. I wouldn't have, and now that they've mentioned that and I've connected those dots with those stories about the Europeans dying from heat stroke over there because they just don't
Yeah,
have AC.
I read it
Um,
was a lot of people, like in the
yeah,
thousands. I
yeah,
think like 13,000 the last time I seen an update.
yes, tens of thousands. There's more people die from heat-related medical complications every year in Europe than die from firearm deaths in all of America every year. And that's been the case
Mm.
for more than just this past year, I know. I don't know. It was touted this past year, but I've heard it mentioned several years in a row. Or not several years in a row. Several years ago.
Mm.
So before this heat wave and the World Cup issue brought it to the world's attention. So um, there's yeah. Um,
Um, to the comments here, one says heat always messes with me too. I get that some dizzy, weird feeling, like my brain is cooking in my skull, and the tiredness is on another level. Sometimes I just stand in front of the freezer for a minute, like a weirdo. It actually helps a little. Another one says, I work outside in Florida. The brain cooking dizzy is awful. I drink water, electrolytes, stay on top of stay on top of food too. We try to wrap it up by 11:30 to 12:30, so we're not killing ourselves with the heat. Mm. One more says, I soak a t-shirt in cold water, wring it out, and then put it on. Not sure if
that's
it
a good
works like
one.
that.
That's a good one. Yeah. And I've heard these my family used to have these like gel, like bead gel absorbing. They were like they would um like to wrap around your neck. They would um the beads in them would kind of absorb water and then get all, and you put them in the fridge or whatever, or you just, pour cold water over them to get them all full moisturized, and then you wrap it around your neck, and the carotid artery right there takes so much of your blood flow up and down. If you wrap something really cold right there around your neck, your body temperature will lower pretty quickly. So that's a good
It's
piece
good to
of
know.
advice. The t-shirt, but wearing a t-shirt like a whole wet t-shirt is kind of a bit uncomfortable, in my opinion. But having that like gel like neck cooling scarf thing, I'm gonna see if I can find something like it. But this was like back when I was in like high school age, so it's old. They might not, probably don't make them anymore. Oh, there's those battery powered neck cooling fans and stuff, right? That kind of hang around the neck and blow up, right? And I've seen if you walk around any theme park in Orlando, there's people with these little um, boxes hanging around a little fan that blows like straight up at their face from right there. Um,
There's not any out here. Luckily, the sun's going down. But I do have something here. I don't know if you could hear that. Um, got something here that says, my fiance has nocturnal epilepsy. His epilepsy happens once or maximum twice if he doesn't take care of himself every year. The doctor has said if it doesn't happen in 2 years in a row, he will cut the medication. He said the doctor said there is no abnormality in the brain, but still he is having seizures. I am really concerned about his health, and since we are going to get married very soon, my concerns have grown and even bigger. He is not the type that cares about himself, so I want to find ways to encourage him without nagging him about it or being pushy. What should what would you suggest? Also, there is a possibility that people with epilepsy might have a stroke or SUDEP at some point in their lives. How do we prevent that? Your answers could really be helpful. Okay, so with the stroke, you, I'd say I don't think you can prevent it. Is there anything you can do to prevent a stroke? Uh, don't smoke, don't drink. I don't know. I had a
Don't
stroke.
live.
Um, I don't know. They said it was a hemorrhagic stroke. Mark, did you have something?
Just because I'm still lagging behind, but I was doing that search and right here, it's not the same exact thing, the same exact product, but just, the search term I put into Google was water activated neck cooler, and right up top result first on on the um there's the Arctic Air neck gel neck wrap for cooling, portable, hands-free, comfort, reusable. So you just, yeah, stay quick freeze gel designed to help provide prolonged cooling. Simply chill it in the freezer and enjoy up to 3 hours of cooling comfort. Wear it around the neck and feel the soft, cool embrace of this Arctic Air personal neck cooler. So yeah, that plus there's a bunch of other, and it's kind of like a horseshoe shape that just kind of sits right there. And it's $20 for 3 of them. So if being overheated in a foreign country in the summer, like outdoors, is a concern, getting a couple of these could be pretty helpful.
Is that like
Mm.
wearing an ice pack on your neck?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, basically.
Yeah,
It's just like a little, it's like this big around and horseshoe shape, like I said, wrapped
yeah.
right around.
Instead of putting it on your back or your knee, you're putting it on your neck.
Yeah, yeah. Whether you're working outdoors, exercising, or traveling, right in their whole spiel. This neck cooler is great for a cooling sensation. So,
I got I got something here.
yes, you were
It
talking
says
about something else entirely.
a weekend cluster. I just got my license back in May, and last weekend I had 3 seizures, meaning I'll lose it again. I'm exhausted and really upset. I also just feel like overall shit right now. How do you keep your head up? Come here. Uh, Being around people with epilepsy, going through the same stuff, and I can talk about it with is the answer. I was going to say the answer to everything, but just feel so much better once I get here. Um, I'm not sure if it's exactly something you guys do, but yeah, come here. Having somebody to talk to is really good. Has been really good to me. Uh, People can laugh about it, and joke about it. Yeah,
Come make some new best friends.
right.
or
You'll
have
make a whole
somebody to
lot of friends
listen
here.
to
Pookie. Right.
and
Yeah.
explain things to you that you don't understand, maybe.
Yeah, and they didn't get any comments on that, so
Mm.
we commented on it.
I mean, where's the Reddit post? You gotta drop that in the chat. I'll go reach out to them.
Um, I'll find it. I got something here though. It says, "How do I get my GP to okay my CBD oil for my epilepsy that the specialist prescribed me? I was prescribed CBD oil with my Epilum I was already taking to help stop my seizures. I need a letter from my GP to get help to pay for the CBD oil, but she keeps telling me she will do it and doesn't. I have been to the GP 6 times for the same thing. Now she has referred me back to a specialist. The question here was, how do I get my GP to okay my CBD oil for my epilepsy that specialist prescribed me?
Ask her why
Um,
she won't do it.
yeah,
Write out, say, I need a letter. And if you're not going to do it, I'll go to another doctor who will.
yeah, go get a second opinion.
I mean, that shouldn't be a
Yeah,
hard thing.
yeah, especially because she said she was gonna do it. Just taking her time. Got something here that says epilepsy and marijuana. I have mainly nocturnal complex partial seizures. Took a break from drinking recently, and after just smoking weed for 2 nights, 2 nights ago, I got rocked by I don't even remember how many seizures. Anyone else suspect that it affects your seizures? No.
Mm-mm.
Uh, I'm high right now. Um, no, it does not affect my seizures. Never have. Uh, there's no obvious signs that it is. So, how about you, Mark?
What?
Said, how's the epilepsy and marijuana going for you?
Great. Because of
Likewise.
it's because of the epilepsy that I get to legally buy the marijuana.
Yeah, this person they need some.
Um, I mean, if they were already prescribed, did they say they were already prescribed the pharmaceutical CBD or like Epidiolex?
That was the last post.
Wait, what are we talking about?
uh, Epilepsy and marijuana. It says I have mainly nocturnal epilepsy, nocturnal complex partial seizures. I took a break from drinking recently, and after just smoking weed 2 nights ago, I got rocked by I don't even remember how many seizures. Anyone else suspect that weed affects their seizures? No,
Uh,
it's not
n-
affecting the seizures or the epilepsy.
no, not negatively, no. Positively in a secondary, like roundabout situation, in that it has helped me manage the side effects and the mental health difficulties that have come about as a result of the epilepsy. But as far as I can tell, they haven't haven't been a problem, haven't exacerbated the epilepsy in any way. I don't No, if they're stopping if they're holding any back, then I would have been a mess, but they're not stopping anything. So they're definitely not going to be your answer if that's what you're hoping for. But everybody is different. The age old perennial disclaimer, right? Everybody's different, and we are not professionals. We are only internet people sharing our thoughts
And
and
firsthand experiences.
and alleged experiences, some alleged experiences, right?
We do that. We
Yeah,
could do that.
not everything. Yeah, even the medical stuff is allegedly, right? It has not been
I
proven
had
in a court of law
I
that,
had one guy join, and he said that everybody was lying, and then he left.
wait, what?
He said, "You guys can't be telling the truth." And he said, "All this is lies." And I was like, "No, it's not all lies." And then he
All
left.
what? What's lies? What did it,
Our epilepsy stories, he didn't believe it was true.
He
who?
joined on YouTube.
Yep, it was in the beginning. It was last year, around like April. I remember Sailor Mom was here too.
Oh,
He was like, "Yeah, you guys are lying. You guys are saying it's worse than it is." Uh, he never turned his camera on, but I talked to him for like an hour before someone else finally joined. Things seemed impossible to him. To
Yeah.
the epilepsy and marijuana posts, you got something, Mark?
No, I'm just confused about the guy. He said things seemed impossible to him.
Um,
Like the stories the experiences that
yeah,
people were sharing, he
yeah.
said
He
seemed
said there were
impossible.
lies.
So people must be making them up. They're too
Yes,
outlandish.
I'll find that episode for you and send you a link to it.
Mm. I mean, if you happen to stumble across it, you don't need to go
I'm
searching
not
it
gonna
out.
stumble across it.
But it's just it seems bizarre.
He
Is
doesn't
did
believe
he
us.
did he have epilepsy himself?
Yes. Yeah, me
Okay.
and him talked for a whole hour about his, and then eventually Sailor Mom came and some other people came, and he was just like, "No, can't be true."
how could, how could he say that if he has epilepsy himself?
I have no
That's
idea. It was
crazy.
He must have gotten off easy.
I was just like, all right. Guess he might be in denial, maybe. He might be like, those
Mm,
things aren't true, they can't happen.
he's probably just
Little does he know.
lucky that his case is so comparatively benign, for lack of a better word. Not to minimize his condition either. His seizures are real. All seizures matter. But you know, some people have had some crazy lives.
Yeah.
Uh,
I've seen so
and
Listen,
many stories.
I put
Uh,
myself in that relatively benign category, but there's still a bitch.
mhm.
they're still, they're still disabling, even if they're minor, even if they
Yeah.
seem just, yeah, it's still,
Yeah, it
anyway.
can seem minor. It feels so much more to me, like you guys
Yeah.
were saying.
Mm. So There is less than 20 minutes left before pharmacy delivery drivers' shift ends, supposedly. I do not have my medication.
I'll wait up with you.
I took a clonazepam already, and I loaded up on RSO. I'm kind of gonna wait this out, I think. I do need to feed the cats, though. I'll be good for now.
All right.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna go with taking the instant release version and just go back to that. And I'll let you know how that goes tomorrow morning.
Well, why don't you wait the 20 minutes and see if miraculously they show up?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, 15 minutes now.
Yeah, 15.
I don't know. There's no way. No way he's gonna be. And I mean, he may be late too. So I don't know. Should I give him some benefit of the doubt that, oh, he's just running late on his absolute last delivery, which was scheduled so perfectly that he was gonna arrive here right at 9:30, and now he's just a little bit behind, so it's gonna be like 9:15, 9:30, 9:45, maybe 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to wait till 9:45.
Mm.
I don't think I'd
Stay
wait
here
much
with
past
us.
that.
Huh? Yeah.
Said stay here with us.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
That's the thing. Cats need.
Oh, yeah, the cats need you.
Yeah. I could get my dad to do the cats.
So I got something here. It says connection between stress and seizures. Whoa. That one's really long. We can't do that. Got one here. It says epilepsy later in life. Have any of you had epilepsy diagnosed later in life? I was born premature due to preeclampsia and preeclampsia HELLP syndrome and had a TIA at birth. When I was about 12 years old, I remember having tactile experience of feeling as if my head was bigger than all of my other hands, and then it turned small. I told my parents, but they didn't think anything of it. Later, I found out that could have been Alice in Wonderland syndrome. This was the only experience I had as a kid regarding seizure-like activity. I developed epilepsy at age 20 after my first semester in college. Just looking for advice. Uh, keep doing what you're doing. Sound like you're doing pretty good.
20 is not
Yeah,
later in life. You got the whole
yeah,
life in
right.
front of you.
Yeah, you're just 20. You got the rest of your life, man. You'll be all right. Um,
Thank you.
take your medication as prescribed. One of the comments here says mine developed as a result of trauma from seronegative. Is that a word? Seronegative.
Negative?
Auto seronegative makes sense. Seronegative autoimmune encephalitis. Before the incident, I never had any abnormal brain activity. Isn't encephalitis like another neuro disorder? Um,
I'm not following.
I wanted to know what's encephalitis. Encephalitis is an
This
acute
is
inflammation of the brain,
swelling of
most
the
commonly caused by viral infection or an abnormal autoimmune response.
brain.
So it's another neurological disorder
But it's a condition, not
or a
necessarily a
condition.
disorder. It's a state of inflammation in the brain. Brain swelling, you know. So there's encephalitis is a thing that a lot of all native Floridians should be familiar with. There's a lot of mosquito-borne illnesses in the South that carry encephalitis as one of the big risks. So that's one of the things that they look for when somebody comes to an ER and reports a headache like nothing I have ever experienced previously. Which I went to an ER for, and they didn't do an MRI that time, but they did a spinal tap, and the spinal tap said it wasn't encephalitis. So, yeah, but um, I'm sorry, I'm kind of becoming incredibly useless as things are going on. The
We
RSO is
could end it
working.
here. Yeah.
The
Thanks
RSO
everybody
is
for
definitely
watching
working.
and say that again.
Good night.
Just the RSO is
It's doing that.
genuinely genuine
Genuinely.
definitely genuinely working now.
Gotcha.
Genuinely.
Just
Everybody
say
out
it's
there have a
working.
good night. Yeah, the
Good night,
RSO is
everyone.
working. I don't have any. Press that thumbs up button.